blast off on this final day. It's Championship Saturday. We've had 2 days prior, 200 anglers. And there's our look at this morning's conditions. It's Championship Saturday here at the 2019 Costa FLW Series Championship on Lake Cumberland. Day 3. Days 1 and 2. Nearly 200 boaters and co-anglers battled it out under tough, changing conditions. Rain, wind, sunny, calm. Anglers from 5 different divisions nationally, and then our international divisions coming together for the championship. We had Roger Cousins leading day 2 from Zimbabwe. Fell out of the top 10 yesterday, but still punched his ticket to qualify for the 2021 Pro Circuit. And one of these anglers out here today is going to take home a $100,000 prize package. And that was yesterday. These guys blasting off. 10 of them qualified to fish today. 10 boaters, 10 co-anglers is all we have left to see who will be champion of Lake Cumberland and the 2019 Costa FLW Series champion. Good morning, everyone. We're going to be bringing you live coverage from right here for the next 6 hours at the Polaris FLW Studios in Benton, Kentucky. I'm Travis Moran, alongside 2019 FLW Tours Angler of the Year, David Dudley. David, you have had a lot of success over your career, and you have done well at championship events like this. So we really look forward to the insight you're going to be bringing us today, like you did yesterday. Couldn't be happier to be with you here today.
Yeah, I'm happy to be in the studio, Travis, and I always love it when I'm able to watch like multi-cameras. I know you can't see what we're looking at, but we're able to look at so many people fish, and what I get to learn by just watching how people think their way through the day. And it's always interesting to me when you got this much money on the line, this much, you get to see the struggles, you get to see the highs and lows, and you get to watch it all, and the whole story unfolds before your face. That's why I am a huge fan of live, coverage of a tournament event. It's awesome.
Absolutely, David. And when you guys fish the tour, you get used to fishing some of these lakes. You get familiar with these areas. But in the Costa Series, these guys are all fishing their regions, their divisions all throughout the country and all throughout the world. But for the championship, they have to come all the way across the country or the globe to compete on this lake, on Lake Cumberland. So why don't we take a look at the map right now, and you can break down some of these key places that these anglers are fishing today.
Yeah, this lake is at least 50 miles long. It almost looks like a river for most of it. Not until you get to the far southern end are you going to see what you would actually consider a lake. But for the most part, it's a river. It looks like a river chain with a lot of tributaries coming in and out of it. You can see all the spikes that you're looking at. Like many, I mean, it's like every quarter of a mile you go down, there's another drain, there's another creek feeding into this river system. And they've had a lot of rain this year at this lake, in this area. And at one time, I think it was 20 foot above normal pool. Now, right now, we're 30 foot below normal pool. They've pulled it to what they call the winter drawdown. And basically, this lake is designed to take on all the floodwaters that are above this chain and to keep consistent water levels on lakes below and above. So this is like what they call a flood lake. And as you can see in that picture, the 30-foot drawdown. Now imagine that lake being up to the tree line that you see, and then adding 20 more foot to that tree line. That's what they were faced with earlier this year. And to see them come out on a lake right now where they can visibly see everything that they're fishing, they can really read the contour lines very well. But Travis, they're there at a tough time of the year. Tough time of the year when fish are scattered out all over throughout the lake. You can catch fish right now in 6 inches of water. You can catch them in 5 foot of water. You can catch them suspended. You can catch them on the bottom and fish. It just, this lake right now is fishing tough because the fish are spread right out. So you can pick a pattern that, you know, say that you want to fish. So we can look at some of the top lures. Now, the first day of the event, they were faced with rain and wind and all kinds of situations that allowed for power fishing. And I know a lot of people were catching them on spinner baits and crankbaits, and they were able to power them up. And because of the clouds, because of the wind, because of the rain, the fish wasn't able to get a good look at their lures, and they wrecked them on power baits. Now, yesterday, of course, they were faced with bluebird skies, calm conditions, sunny. I mean, you couldn't ask for the total opposite. And yesterday, we saw the Carolina rigs come into play, we saw the jigs come into play, and we saw the drop shots come into play. A lot of the guys in that top 10 yesterday that milked out the power fishing the first day, pretty much 8 of the top 10, I think, dropped out of the top 10. Dropped out. And one of the things we talked about was being able to adjust. And these guys that are in the top 10 right now, they were able to adjust. And, you know, I wasn't able to see all of them fish, but I know that you look at Andrew Upshaw, he started fishing in a different manner yesterday and was able to come out on top after, you know, day 2. And today we're going to see what conditions they're going to be faced with today. Again, another bluebird, sunny, calm condition day. Right now they got fog. You know, this is the time of year you're going to run into a lot of fog right now, and they're in a fog delay. But think about this, Travis. What do you think that's going through their mind? Fishing is already tough. So you subtract maybe 30 minutes, maybe we don't know how long this fog delay is. What do you think is going through their minds right now on a tough time of the year, tough fishing, and you're going to subtract an hour, 2 hours, 3? Dude, they got to be like hitting a choke collar.
Dudley, talking to a lot of these anglers last night, one of the key things they all had was what they were going to do first thing in the morning. And every single one of them addressed the fact that they were going to get a little bit more time to fish this morning because we had 200 boats blasting off over the last 2 days. Now there's only going to be 10, so they knew they were going to get an extra 20 or 30 minutes of that morning bite, which a lot of these guys have a morning bite going, and that may be completely removed from the equation today. Yeah, and we talked about being able to adjust. So right now, that's a great point. It's pretty obvious in the fall of the year. In my experience, there's always a good early morning bite in the fall, and then you're going to hit that lull after the first break of daylight. There's normally a good hour stretch of fishing anywhere I go in the country, and then for some reason there's always that big lull. And then as you start creeping up towards noon and later in the afternoon, you'll start seeing things pick up and pick up and pick up and get better and better. And pretty obvious right now, we're going to be taking away that early morning bite. So some, like you said, some of those guys relying on that early morning deal to fill out either their limit or most of their limit, and it allows them the rest of the day to catch a couple keepers. Yeah, right now their wheelhouse is spinning right now. They know they got $100,000 plus on the line, and they're like watching that little dollar bill just go further, leaving them, and it's like creeping on down the line. But I still say, you know, that when it comes to, being able to adapt this top 10 that's in there, I know most of these guys, and they wouldn't be there if they didn't have the ability to adapt. I think they're going to have to adapt today with the fog, and so it's going to be a good deal. Yep, of nearly the 200 anglers that started this event, it comes down to these 10 that are left to battle it out. One of them is going to be winning up to a $100,000 prize package today. Andrew Upshaw is leading the pack right now. One of your fellow touring pros, got his first win earlier this year, and is hot, has definitely got the hot hand right now. Has really seemed to be comfortable catching smallmouth. And he has weighed in 10 smallmouth so far during this event. And pretty much identical limits day 1 and day 2. Day 1, 14 pounds, 15 ounces. Day 2, 15 pounds, 1 ounce for 30 pounds even, right up top there. Rob Burns, interesting story, a roofer, didn't get to pre-fish, had to work. He literally showed up day 1 of this event, has only fished Cumberland for 2 days, and that's the 2 days of the tournament, and has been using one bait. He said he had a couple different ideas, but the one bait, which I've heard is a crankbait, and he's kind of doing it a little bit different way, has really worked for him over the 2 days, and has got him in that number 2 spot. So it's going to be very interesting seeing what he's got going on. And then in the number 3 spot, Matt Pangrack was actually one of the co-hosts for the event at Grand Lake this year on FLW Live. He earned himself the Evinrude Big Mover yesterday, was in 38th place after day 1, but dropped 15 pounds, 6 ounces on the scales yesterday and jumped all the way up to 3rd place and a shot at winning this event.
It's interesting to see with the 2 that he's holding up, one of those is actually a big spotted bass. You know, for this fishery, that's we keep saying spotted bass, little spotted bass, little spotted bass. Well, I'm looking at his hand right there and seeing a big spotted bass mixed in with that 15-pound limit. Yep,
Matt Pangrack right there. Evinrude Big Mover. He has weighed in all 3 species both days. He's got a couple different patterns to lean on, but one of his patterns is catching those smallies first thing in the morning. And that's all the way at the south end of the lake, a long drive for him. 50 minutes to an hour to get down there depending on the weather conditions, and right now that's all going to be delayed for him. So it'll be it will be interesting to see how the morning goes for him. But like I said, he's been dialing that other style, that other technique down a little bit more these last 2 days, and he has found some spots that have some huge spots. So
that's
and there's our boats right now. We're just sitting around waiting for that fog to go away. But you can start to see it's getting lighter there. So as that sun starts really coming up, that should disperse pretty quickly. And there's another look at the top 10. And Dudley, we talked a lot about it yesterday. This guy's day 1, really hammering down on reaction baits and taking advantage of those kind of prefrontal conditions. But really, Upshaw, Steve Floyd, and Luke Plunkett were the only guys in the top 10 yesterday. The rest of the field dropped down, and a lot of these guys that seem like they're targeting those smallies, heading down south, have a little bit more consistent bite. Holding what you were calling those fairy wands, throwing the spinning rod stuff is getting them, not those 17-pound big bags, but getting them that consistent 12 to 15-pound bag.
Yeah, looking at 10, let's just talk about a little bit about this. 10th place right now is 24 pounds, and first place is, of course, 30. You're looking at a 6-pound spread, but, and here's the biggest thing, when you have very tough conditions, we looked at Brian Thrift come in with almost a 17-pound bag, come from, way in the pack, back up, to the 20th place. But you're going to see, it wouldn't surprise me at all to see 10th place having a legit shot at winning this event, because 6 pounds, you're talking, if you take 6 off of 16, you're looking at a 10-pound spread. Andrew could just as easily catch, 5 2-pounders today. You look at David, who's sitting in 10th place, could come in with 16 pounds. I'm not a guy who typically is like, I'm a realist, and I'll look at the leaderboard a lot of times and be like, there's I would have to catch a giant bag to come back. But in this event, because it's so tough and the quality is in this lake, I'm not going to say everybody in this top 10 would truly have a chance of winning this event. It's not that big of a spread when you look at it pound-wise. We saw so many people. I mean, for the perfect example, Travis, perfect example is 8 of the top 10 didn't even make it, didn't stay in the top 10. And they had incredible bags. So today, yeah, I mean, even though it's a tough event, it's going to make for a great event because, in my opinion, we're liable to see somebody from back in the pack today come back and vault themselves all the way up, which could be to the leaderboard.
Yep. And then everybody obviously chasing that number 1 spot. Andrew Upshaw, the man with the bullseye this morning. And we're actually going to throw it over to him right now and hear what he's got to say.
Okay.
Talk to us a little bit about the fog delay.
We got a fog delay. First off, though, good morning, Travis and David. Hope y'all are having a good morning. It is a little bit foggy out here. It looks like it's lifting a little bit, but really slowly. It actually makes my game plan really easy. I was actually planning on starting right here. David would know a lot about that because I've seen David do it like 100,000 times. But we're going to have a little bit shorter day today. We're actually weighing in at 3:30, so that kind of changes some things too. So I'm trying to make sure I play my odds a little bit better here, and I'm going to go make my run and put my head down and go flipping.
Yeah, Andrew talking about his bite actually doesn't happen until a little bit later in the day. But what he wanted to focus on first thing this morning is fishing near the ramp. And he talked about if he can get 1 or 2 bites first thing, he will feel so much more relaxed to go out and continue his pattern that's worked for him. Because he's never had any, over the last 2 days, he hasn't really had a great bite early morning. So he's got really nothing to lose and kind of everything to gain in these first few hours to just, he said if he can get 1 or 2 decent fish, he will settle down, go fish his juice in the right times, and feel very confident that he's going to put up at least a decent limit, 12 pounds, 13 pounds, and make it very difficult for someone to catch up to him.
Yeah, he's thinking this plan out, what I would consider very, very efficiently. He knows he's already had 2 days of tournament time to know when productive times are and when they're not. And that's one good thing about tournament fishing that you have to take into consideration. You have to be bold, you have to be brave to make those moves. And him saying right off the giddy, he's not even going to go to the area that has got him to the, where he's sitting at today. And to have that confidence and to have that ability to make a change on the fly with this much money on the water speaks veteran. Even though he's a young angler, it speaks veteran in his thought process right there.
Dudley, we watch you guys all year long. It's all about timing for you guys. You guys figure out these fish and know when they go up to feed in these areas. And a lot of times at some of these other levels, you see anglers have a deal that's later in the day deal, but this final day they get antsy and they go straight to it, don't have any success there, get a little spun out and start second guessing their decisions, and then next thing you know, they're on some other spot when the prime time then the spot that's gotten them there is actually firing and everything, and they kind of get backwards. And what you're seeing right there is Upshaw. He knows when he needs to be where he needs to be. And the morning time is just a bonus time, and he's not going to spend it on the good water where he probably will get a little frustrated not catching those fish. Instead, he's going to try to get some bonus fish and have momentum going into the better part of the day.
Yep, he couldn't have explained it any better than that. It's, fishing is when you're fishing, fishing is not all about like everybody thinks. Oh, I got the secret lure, and I got the best rod and the reel and the line, and the only reason that he's catching them is because he has something that I don't have, and he knows how to catch them or it's not fishing. you know, you just heard Andrew explain it, you heard Travis explain it, and me explain it. The fishing is not always about just catching fish, and success is bred from catch. Now, you have to catch fish. Now, to follow me a little bit on this, you have to catch fish to be successful. He wouldn't be in the top 10 like we're talking about. But what I'm saying is you don't always have to be on the biggest group of fish to win an event. You don't. You know, there's some guys who may have a school, you know, located 2 or 3 schools, but they don't make the right decisions and timing to manage those 2 schools, and they come away with just, you know, a mediocre finish, where somebody who wasn't on the most fish, they were just, you know, plucking a few fish out, knew the time, knew when to go to these areas, and they outfished the guy that was on more fish simply because of their game plan and execution of timing out on the water. And again, hearing them talk about that is valuable in his decision making.
Yeah, that's been one huge advantage of watching what Live has offered over the last few years, is getting to watch these guys execute game plans. In the past, we just see them come up to the scales with fish and you have no idea how it was out there. But getting to watch them make game time decisions in the moment has been an amazing insight to the anglers' brains here and how they think. Now, one guy who made the top 10 and actually made a huge haul out here from California was Rusty Saluski, who we caught up with just a little while ago, and I talked a little bit about what it would mean to pull off the victory here.
It would be very, very exciting. It would probably let me maybe consider going fishing the tour again. I qualified this year, so I got that hanging over my head, but you know, it's a financial issue, right? And it would definitely give me an opportunity to consider that a little harder. You know, there's not one of us out here that doesn't dream to do that, right? That's why we're here. So yeah, for sure.
And Rusty has actually fished the tour in the past for a number of years. He's 3-time FLW Cup qualifier and actually finished 5th place back in 2009 in the Cup. So experience, he definitely has experience fishing at the top level. But like you mentioned right there, it's a big financial commitment, and especially from heading all the way out west, you really have to commit to coming out here. And so it sounds like if he were to pull off the victory today, he would then use that momentum to propel himself maybe back onto the FLW Pro circuit.
Yeah, you know, I'd have got to hang out with Rusty a little bit when he did fish the tour, and got to know him, and he's an excellent fisherman. And to see him back out here and considering coming back out on tour would be an exciting deal for him. You know, coming back out on tour is always going to give you that excitement in your life and momentum to know that, hey, I have the potential to win this much money coming up in my career. Is it's cool to hear him considering coming back out on tour.
And once again, we're waiting for this fog to go away right now. And so we're actually just going to leave you with this live look. And David and I are going to sit back and wait with you guys. But once these boats get blasting off, we will start bringing you some more live coverage of these anglers. And the good news is, yesterday when they blasted off, Dudley, we were filling time for about 30 or 40 minutes because a lot of these anglers with cameras were making the run all the way down to the south end of the lake. So even when they blasted off, the tournament really didn't start fishing until long after that. Today we have a handful of anglers that are going to be fishing right around the corner. So as soon as this fog lifts, we should see some fishing and hopefully some fish catching immediately. Good morning once again, everyone. Travis Moran here alongside David Dudley here at the Polaris FLW Studios here in Benton, Kentucky. And we are in a fog delay out on Lake Cumberland for day 3, the final day of the 2019 Costa FLW Series Championship. And the excitement is building up, man. We were anxious to see these anglers blast off, and we got out there first thing this morning, and you know what? It goes along with this tournament so far. Day 1, pouring rain, wind. Day 2, really cold, sunny, blue, calm skies. And now day 3, we have the fog to begin the day, and it seems to be pushing back everyone's morning bite that they were all foaming at the bit to go out and take advantage of. But 10 boaters and 10 non-boaters getting ready to blast off. It looks like that fog is starting to clear. We're still going to have possibly about another 20 to 30 minutes to let this fog finally go away for good. And then we're going to let these guys head out and battle it out for this final day and that shot at the $100,000 payday, including a brand new Ranger bass boat. A lot of things at stake today, but we're going to get out there, Dudley.
I can't imagine what's going through their heads right now. You know, you got the championship, awesome title to have up underneath your belt, 100 grand plus on the line, and they're sitting there in the fog waiting. I know a lot of guys, the early morning bite, as you mentioned, Travis, is already kind of probably dissipated. So in their mind, they know they're going to have to make some adjustments. We've already talked to a few of the guys, and they've kind of alluded to the fact they're going to change up a little things right off the giddy. So it's going to be shortly, we're going to find out how they adjust to the fog. That's for sure.
Absolutely. You know, Andrew Upshaw talking, he's probably going to fish close by, but then guys like Matt Pingrack, talking to him last night, he said for this really to go well for him today, he needs that morning bite to really work out, get a couple more big smallmouth. And I would really be curious to know how this is going to affect his game plan, and if he's going to scrap that all together and start out at some of the other places that have been paying off for him. All these guys got delivered a curveball right off the bat this morning, and it's going to be great to see these 10 anglers over the next 6 hours on FLW Live today make these adjustments and see one of them eventually rise to the top. Guys, and that fog is still looking like it's clearing up. I'm seeing the blue skies. We're going to be blasting off before we know it, but we're going to throw it to a quick commercial break. But stick around. We're going to have the kickoff of the final day here at the 2019 Costa FLW Series Championship in just a little bit.
No, I got you.
What's this pile over here? Is this the good stuff?
No.
It's a secret weapon.
I just have lots of piles. Lots of. I should have cleaned it all up, but I didn't even do tackle last night. Like I literally, when I was getting gas, I re-spooled one rod, and then I was like, all right, I'm done.
I put some hooks on my.
Is that the first time you've changed them? What hooks are you throwing?
I'm using those corners now.
The new ones, the Zoe wire ones?
Oh yeah. They're sharp.
Yeah.
I didn't change the hooks on that one yesterday, and that 4-pounder came off. I don't think it. Who knows? But then I changed the hook a little bit after that, and I did catch it. The one that kind of looked like on the nose. Maybe I went to call him.
I caught one with dang 6XD yesterday.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. Largemouth.
See, I'm surprised I hadn't caught a couple. I mean,
They're not on those largemouth aren't on those banks. I'm assuming you're fishing the same kind of crap I am, bluff stuff.
mine's not that fluffy.
It's not. Oh,
No,
okay.
I'm looking for a little more. I don't want the straight up and down.
You're like more transition, like flat
It's
to.
still deep,
Yeah.
but a little
Well, this
softer.
whole lake is deep. Like, it's the thing.
Well, I'm not really sure because I don't have a depth finder that was working, but I think it's deep.
It looks deep.
It's a little, yeah, it's a little more.
You're burning then.
Oh my God.
Just to let everybody know our update. We have made a little road trip. We've looked at the bridge. Up there, it's still pretty heavy up there, but we can see the sunlight on the top of the trees. We're looking probably about another half hour to be able to get you guys out here. So
We're not that long. How long's your run?
My first one's only going to be just south of Conley Bottom, that big marina.
Okay. That's where I saw you.
Yeah.
Right where that point is.
Yeah.
You're right at the end of the bluff, right? I thought that was you. How long does that take you? Is that 20 minutes?
And 20, well, it's like 25, probably 30. I don't know.
That must be like another 10 miles.
Yeah.
I'm in one of these coves. I'm not really sure what it's called.
I'm just fishing a bunch of them. I mean, I've got like a bunch of stretches. Yeah. It's just a pattern. It's the same stuff you're doing, but just slower.
Yeah, I thought that was.
I better FaceTime my wife back. She's like flipping out. We're not gonna have very much time.
Yeah.
It's 9:30, and he said another half hour. Hey.
Let me go to the bathroom.
Take your fishing to the next level with an FLW membership. You'll be eligible to fish FLW tournaments. Get issues of FLW Bass Fishing Magazine. Receive an FLW hat. 10% off FLW merchandise, and you'll be included in exclusive members-only giveaways. Plus, members gain access to World's Greatest Deals, where you'll save big with discounts on travel, shopping, dining, and more. Join today at flwfishing.com/membership.
FLW Live is brought to you by Costa Del Mar. See what's out there. Ranger Boats, still building legends one at a time. Evinrude, learn more on evinrude.com. Polaris, the world leader in off-road vehicles. Yeti, built for the wild. TH Marine, from transom to trolling motor.
And there is a look at what the lake is going to look like. This was a shot from yesterday, blue skies, calm conditions. And the fishing was a little tough for a majority of the field yesterday. But here is what we're dealing with so far this morning. That fog is just sitting right at the launch ramp there. So it has delayed our blast off for our top 10 anglers on this final championship Saturday. But the higher that sun gets, the more that fog will thin out, and we will eventually get these anglers out on the water. But David, talk to me a little bit about the nerves that start building up. You know, this is possibly some of the biggest event a lot of these anglers have fished today. And a huge feather on the cap for any of these anglers that win today. When you go out to the lake, you go over your game plan last night, you fished 2 days, you really got some momentum, and you come out and you have to sit on your boat and just be in your own thoughts. Does that start to weigh on you? You have to make sure that you kind of make sure that you don't back up in your own thoughts and confuse yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of things going through their mind. If I was sitting there, one thing in fishing you can't allow to happen is your mind to start playing games on you. When I say games, to be a successful angler, you have to be able to fight the mental battles out there, which is, hey, we're at a tough time of the year. Where the fishing is extremely tough. You already know it's taking you 8 hours, 9 hours in a day to get 5 bites, and you're subtracting 2 hours right off to get away from them. You just got to start, if I'm sitting there in that boat, they need to start preparing their mind for this type of condition. Don't let yourself get spun out. We've all had fog delays. Yeah, you may have had an early morning bite and you're going to lose it, but they're going to bite just as well in the afternoon. You're going to have to make adjustments. And the guy, and I've said it before, it's common sense, guys. It really is common sense. The guy who's going to be able to adapt and change is going to come out on top. I know it's easier said than done, but it truly is, because if you look back at day one, we had windy, rainy conditions, just a perfect power fishing type of a day. Yesterday we had bluebird skies, calm winds, sunny, and the guys that are in this top 10 were able to do a bait change, were able to adapt from day one, and that's the reason they're sitting here today. But fishing, I said it before this last break, that fishing is a lot more on the mental side of fishing. There's a lot more that goes on than just throwing physically out there, catching fish. Oh, I set the hook, I felt him bite, and you're bringing them in. Fishing is a game of decisions, and right now, minute by minute by minute, you know, if I was to go in and ask that guy, you know, who's, let's just say I asked guy who's sitting in first, Andrew, and said, Andrew, what is your game plan today? And that was at 7 o'clock. Now that it's getting past 8 o'clock, I guarantee you his game plan is changing minute after minute, and most of these guys are doing the same thing. So fishing is not always like, you know, getting around fish, catching them, and having a good time. Fishing is being able to strategize a game plan. And I said it, and again, I said it earlier. You can win tournaments just by playing your cards right, and it's the same thing with poker or whatever. You may not have had the best hand. I may not have been around the most fish, but I managed my fish better than the guy who was on a biggest school of bass out on the lake. I outplayed him by my thoughts, my mental preparation, and my decisions that I made on the water. And that's where you always hear about, oh, he's a veteran, he's experienced. Yeah, it's the same thing at playing cards. I know how to, you know, you got to know when to fold them and know when to hold them. That song, I'm not going to sing it for you, but you guys get the point. That, and I feel that these 10 anglers are sitting right there right now, looking at their opponent, and their opponent is who? The weather right now. Their opponent is that fog. Their opponent is that time clock. Their opponent is their rods on their deck, whether they need to just take them off, put them in the rod locker, take out another set, and put them up. So right now, you know, it's a lot of strategy involved. And just even though they're sitting idle, there's a lot of strategy that's going on in their mind right now, even if they're sitting. And I've been there and done that, and all you could do is play the cards the best you can do, which is what they're going to do, but it's, you know, it's what you got to do.
Absolutely. Adjusting game plans as these conditions change. And we actually caught up with Matt Pangrak and asked him that same question. How's this fog delay going to work out for you?
Man, I've been catching a lot of my fish in that first hour when I get down there. And we had one morning of practice that was really foggy, to where, you know, we weren't able to take out for about an hour off the launch ramp, and I put in at the dam and just idled straight across and caught them really good in the fog. But I think once it burns off, it's going to get really sunny, and I think the best I can figure, the smallmouth are moving up at night. I mean, it's still like 67 degree, 66 degree water down there, and they're kind of moving up at night, and you have about a 45-minute to an hour window where you can take a rock crawl and really burn it down there and catch those aggressive fish that are relating to that first drop. And then I don't know whether they kind of hunker down in the rocks or whether they back off. I know they're kind of chasing some bait down there too, but then they seem to get a little bit tougher to catch. So this fog delay, you know, by the time we take off and it's a 42-minute run down there, really cuts down on that time where you can get the easy kind of aggressive smallmouth bite. So I don't know what the other guys are doing as far as their bites are concerned, but each morning I've put 2 critical fish, 2 big smallmouth in the boat in that first hour. So it'll be interesting to see if they stay up longer, because it's still kind of, you get the overcast feel with the fog, and we'll still get that 1 hour where they're up when we get down there, because it'd basically be like, you know, taking off at safe flight, or if we don't get down there till 10, if we'll already miss that bite window, and then it'll just be kind of a struggle for the rest of the day. I mean, it would be awesome. You look at the field of anglers that competed in this Costa series across the country. I mean, from the West Coast to the East Coast. I mean, you look at legends who've won over millions of dollars, Forest Wood Cups, Anglers of the Year, Bassmaster Classics, everything, compete in this and kind of be representing that whole series on the final day. Something really special, a lot of history. I mean, I remember watching the Costa Championship on TV in the past, and then to kind of be here and be part of it is something that's pretty special, and would mean a lot to go out and be able to execute and hang with this caliber of angler.
Well said there by Matt Pangrak, who got our Evinrude Big Mover, moving up from 38th place yesterday all the way up to that 3rd place spot with a 15-pound, 6-ounce stringer yesterday.
You know, he one thing he alluded to was he talked about the early morning bite, and I want to expand on a little bit about what he said. And when you are at clear reservoirs, in which we are, and he's fishing the southern end down by the dam, it is extremely clear. It's an extremely clear lake. And in order for bass to feed at night, and this is going to get pretty deep, but I want you guys to follow me on this. In order for bass to feed at night, one of their greatest assets is the moon, okay? And if you have a clear night and the moon is shining bright throughout the night, that allows them to see their prey. That allows them to feed up very well at night. And you can always get, if it's a clear, I will summarize it up like if it's a clear night, very clear night, the moon is up, there's going to be, let's just say, a 30-minute window of daylight, right at daylight, that they're still going to get leftover bites. If it's a cloudy night, and they can't use the daylight to see as well, they can't see to feed up on their prey, that early morning bite is going to prolong a lot more. So today we got fog. Fog doesn't set in until morning time typically. So I'm banking that if they can get out here early, I can say that the early morning bite still may be prolonged a little bit more, but I'm going to be apt to say it's not. So always pay attention. Here's a Dudley tip for you. Always pay attention to the nighttime, knowing whether it was a cloudy night or if it was a clear night. Because if it was a clear night, that morning bite is going to be shorter. And if it's a cloudy night, that morning bite is going to prolong a little bit more into the morning. So you know whether to make a quick adjustment in the morning saying, hey, my early bite's over. I need to go. But like he alluded to, that early morning bite was critical to him and to probably to a lot of people in the top 10. And I think they're going to be faced, Travis. It's going to be a hard grind today. It's going to be an uphill battle all day. And I don't see them going out there wrecking them, coming in with the weights they have when you're subtracting possibly 2 hours of the day away already. So exciting to watch their moves. And I keep saying it, guys, watching live, and I'm going to tell you this, to watch a live coverage is so important, to watch it from beginning to end. If you can do it, if your boss doesn't see you sneaking a look at your cell phone all day, because where you learn in bass fishing is watching the whole story. The whole story is what teaches you how to make those moves. And here we now have the access to watch these anglers all day. We get to watch them during the tough times. It's just as valuable to watch anglers during the tough times. And I'm going to try to do a good job today breaking down what's going through their minds during the tough times. And this is where you're going to learn to, if just watching highlights on people setting the hook, catching a fish, you can learn some, but it's really important to stay tuned today. Even though this is a tough tournament, stay tuned today. Watch and learn what anglers do during tough times and making decisions. You guys know what they're up against, and I'm excited to watch it myself. Even though in my mind, I don't think we're going to see a ton of fish catches, but we get to watch them work this problem out in their mind and out on the water and watch and learn through our own eyes.
And in different ways as well. A lot of tournaments, sometimes we watch it, all you guys are on the same bite, the same pattern, everyone's kind of is tuned into the same thing. Whereas this event right now, we've got a lot of mixed techniques going on. Andrew Upshaw weighing in 10 smallmouth, Steve Floyd weighing in 10 largemouth. And then Matt Pangrak, actually talked to him last night, he now has 4 smallies, 3 largemouth, and 3 spotted bass to fill out his bags over the last 2 days. So he really has the most mixed bag and maybe has enough options to really adjust for these new conditions they're facing today and make it happen. But we are going to get to watch these different anglers looking at this from different approaches today, and it's going to be an interesting day nonetheless. But Dudley, we have to get something on record right now real quick before we go out on the water here while we got some time. This tournament's been challenging so far. We talked about that yesterday. Just over 60 limits being caught day one. Brian Thrift didn't even catch a limit on day one. When that happens, you know the bite is tough. And so we made some predictions yesterday. We said how many limits were going to be brought in on day two, and you estimated basically half. You thought half the limits were going to be brought in on day one, said 32. I went a little bit higher. I said 40. I knew it was going to be down, but not that much, and we bet an entire bag of pistachios. Pistachios are it's a high-end nut right there, and
I'm going to give, we didn't declare whether it was going to be salted or unsalted pistachios. Just because I lost, I'm buying you unsalted pistachios.
And here is the actual number 54. So the bite actually was better.
Smoked.
Yep.
Going.
Yep, you did. You did. And I will point out that when you made that pistachio bet, you were actually munching on my large bag of pistachios. So I'm assuming that's the bag we were talking about right there.
Hey, I do know they sell 99-cent little bag that's got like 5 pistachios in it, and they blow the bag up to where it looks like it's got a bunch in it. So I'm a man of my word, Travis. I'm going to get you a bag of pistachios, but it's going to be that little gas station bag of pistachios. I'm a sore loser. Daggone it.
All right, well, let's double it up right now. We got 10 anglers out there today.
Oh, okay. You're giving me a chance to... You're giving me a chance to go double or nothing on the bag of pistachios. So here we go. I'm going to predict with a 2-hour delay, and we're going to say whoever's closest, correct? Whoever's closest. So I'm going to go first and say there's a 2-hour delay. I'm going to go with there's going to be 5 limits today, so you either got to go above or below me, right?
So I'm either 6 or I'm 4, is what you're saying. You know what? I'm going to go with a bold move. I think it's going to be very challenging today. I think a lot of these guys realize Andrew Upshaw's got very consistent day 1 and day 2 weights. They know he's going to get a limit. They're going to have to try to gamble a little bit. I'm going to go for 4. Dang. I'm going to go the under here.
I think you're probably going to be correct, but I just wanted to force you to go high or low. So 2 bet double or nothing with a 99-cent bag of pistachios unsalted on the line today, and I hope I win because I want salted.
And Dudley, with that bet being sealed right now, look, it looks like the fog has cleared, and the tournament's going to be starting very soon here.
Yeah, for sure. Now they're seeing that fog. They're being able to see out across the lake right now is when they're itching to go. It's like they're ready. They're so ready to get out of there. They're going to have to calm their. What probably might happen a lot today, Travis, is when you do have this, you want to try to hurry up and catch your limit, right? You're like, man, we got short bit of time. I can see today that some anglers will probably, and I'm going to watch them like a hawk. I'm going to see if they're actually pushing their speed of their lure a little bit faster than they should be, because they're going to be antsy to try to catch that fish. And with this fog delay, I'm going to predict that some of them are going to be working a jig, like this fast. I got to catch them. Where in the beginning they were able to fish till I think 6 o'clock, so they were probably throwing the jig out there and life is good and just working it. They're getting a bite. Today they're going to be a little bit more antsy.
And it looks like we are getting ready to play the national anthem, which means we are starting to go into motion here. Forward progress for these anglers.
with our servicemen and women working abroad and overseas, Lord, protecting our freedom so we can do what we enjoy, Lord, on your soils. All these things we ask in your name. Amen.
Amen.
Where's the flag
And every tournament angler knows once you hear that national anthem, it's getting close to blast-off time.
Yeah. Now all the thoughts that's been running through their head is reality now. I bet you this is what's going to happen. A lot of these guys are going to go idle out, and they're still going to be battling their thoughts in their head. And when they put that hammer down and throttle down, they're still going to be like, should I go here? Should I go there? And it's not going to be until they start heading down, looking at the fog, where the fog bank is left over. They may pull in and fish a foggy area. You know, that I've done that before. I've actually chased storms to stay in the rains, to stay, like when I saw the storms dissipating, I would run 20 miles down the lake just to stay in the rain and keep the topwater bite going. And you know, very possibly some of these anglers could be looking at the fog and doing it that way themselves also.
And there's our 10 remaining anglers. They're buckling in right now and are going to be blasting off any minute. Not seeing a lot of rods on those decks either.
Yeah, I was trying to see. I saw one. Look, there's one crankbait. Looked like it had
that color. I was pretty impressed by the color, man. That was a secret. We'll have them talk about that a little bit later.
Look at that. Look at the third boat to the right. Hey, he's got chartreuse. He's got 39 strands of white and 2 strands of chartreuse in that spinnerbait. Well,
what do you think about Andrew Upshaw using such a small drop shot hook?
That's that's a 2/0 drop shot hook, man. Come on, that ain't too small. Good gosh.
Yeah, there we go. There's Upshaw leading the pack, starting the day on the top. He's got a big, if you guys can't see it, there's a huge target on that boat right there. Every angler trying to go out and do their best today, but then they're also going to want to know how this guy does because really it's in his own hands. If he were to go out and hit another 15-pound bag, it would be pretty difficult for anyone to contend with that.
Like he's buckling down to take off. And so we laid mention to him earlier. He's putting, you know, that he might be starting close, but looks like right now, just by the way he's strapping in his hood, we talked about it earlier. And I said it just a little bit ago. I said minute by minute, these guys' game plans are changing minute by minute, and it looks like we're about to see the first game plan change here right off the giddy.
You're absolutely right. Last night he said, I'm fishing close. This morning he said, I'm fishing close. And with a chunk of his day taken out, he was going to fish close to hopefully relieve some of that pressure. But all that happened this morning was some more pressure just mounted with a shorter day. So it looks like he's going to start making his way closer to some of his better spots and make sure he's in the right areas at the right times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And boat 2, boat 3, boat 4, they're all, some boats, I think they're maybe their only option. And sometimes in fishing, you don't have multiple options. You are in the top 10, but you've milked out an area and that's all you have. And so I imagine some of these guys, their plan was pretty easy, which was saying, hey, I'm just going to, go to where the area that's gotten me here, and I'm just going to go there and fish. So, and he is on his way and driving away from his plan. That's so cool, guys. It really is,
his
man.
His first spot just came and went that he was planning on doing this morning.
Yeah, it's just so cool to see. Just you're watching the whole game. It's like watching Peyton Manning. You're thinking he's just going to pass it, and the next thing you know, he hands off. And that's what just happened here with Andrew. And we've talked to a lot of the other anglers and they're settled in, but he is definitely off to the races.
And, making this run, last night he was thinking when he'd be rounding this corner that hopefully he would have 1 or 2 fish in the live well and be looking good. But right now, 0 fish in the live well, 0 casts yet today. But the one thing, Andrew has had a fantastic year this year, and he has really seemed to have matured mentally as an angler, really come into his own. And last night he mentioned, he goes, look, I did what I needed to do in this tournament. I just wanted to be in contention to win. I'm in the #1 spot going into the final day. There are a lot of variables that at the end of the day are out of my hands on this final day. It could just be someone else's turn. There's a million things that can go wrong, but I did the hard part, which was putting myself in a position to contend. He says, whatever happens now tomorrow, the tournament was a success by the work that I could put into it. And he's just going to see where the chips fall, and kind of just leave it up to whatever the day is supposed to be. But you could really get that sense that he's relieving himself of too much pressure, of putting too much on him, on the expectations on himself.
I listening to Andrew talk, and I've often heard this, and I've never understood it. People are like, I would much rather be in, from the outside looking in than the inside looking out. And I'm like, dude, why would you ever want to say that you feel better off in position, second place or third place going into the final day? I'm like, dude, I want to be first from day 1 to day 4. And I've never understood that. And when Andrew says that, he's just basically saying, dude, I'm here. I'm at the top of the leaderboard. This is where I want to be. This is what I want to do. And I'm going to go out there and try to make it happen. And I think that's everybody's mentality. I think that's why I don't like the term swinging for the fences, because that truly does irritate me on that statement, because I want to ask him, what were you trying to do? Bunt in the first day of the tournament, or you just want to lay down a little bunt and run to first base? No, from day 1 to day 4, I want to win. So for me to say anything else than that is just kind of ridiculous. But all right, that's all.
Well, Dudley, that mentality may be what's driven you to 4 AOI titles, a FLW Cup champion, and $3.7 million in winnings.
Yeah, so, I'm sure that's a lot of. I've always said, if you follow me on Instagram or any of that, I've always said I end a lot of my posts with never be satisfied. And I think that's one of the dangerous things you can do in life, is to become satisfied with whatever you're trying to accomplish in life. And when you do that, you flatline. And when you flatline, you have no room for growth. And never being satisfied is one of my life statements that I make. And I will never forget it, you know, until I go 6 feet under the ground.
Look at that view.
Yeah. You know, these guys are thinking in their head right now. I think we have one angler, and you mentioned earlier, he's not fishing far from takeoff, which is the interesting thing is most of these top 10 are down at the southern end of the lake, and we got what's his name?
We've got Steve Floyd and Luke Plunkett.
Yep. That are Steve Floyd, I think, is fishing nearby in Fishing Creek, which is right down, not far from takeoff. The rest of the top 10 are making the long runs. And I think he actually he's weighed in 10 largemouth. Is that correct? And he's probably one of the only ones out of the top 10 that's done that. Smallmouth in this lake have became a big player in the bags that they weigh in. So smallmouth have dominated, we'll pretty much say have dominated the majority of the weight that's been brought in. But it's interesting to see one man that's on largemouth. And anytime you're dealing with largemouth, you always have that potential to get that 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13 pounder, you know,
yep,
with a largemouth.
And yesterday pretty much cleared the majority of the largemouth guys, but Steve Floyd has stuck around. He's got a little flipping bite going on around the corner, but he had talked about it's a morning deal, and so he's got to figure out some things a little bit later in the day today. But I'm sure last night he was coming up with some new strategies, and we'll see some good things out of him. But we're going to be giving you live coverage until 2 o'clock Eastern today. But then we'll be throwing it over to Chris Jones at 4 p.m. on FLWfishing.com to weigh in these final 10 anglers and crown a champion here on Lake Cumberland for the 2019 Costa FLW Series Championship. But we had Chris Jones out on the launch ramp a little bit earlier, and he caught up with Troy Morrow to ask some questions about this event with our Keeping Up with the Jones.
All right, thanks, guys. I have caught up with a 4-time TH Marine BFL All-American qualifier and an All-American champion. 3 times he's fished Championship Sunday at the FLW Cup. And this is a guy who fishes everything that we've got. Troy Morrow, who qualified for this championship through the Costa Series Northern Division, finished 35th, 2 pretty good days of fishing. If it wasn't for a lack of execution, he may have been fishing today on Championship Saturday. But Troy Morrow is going to break down Lake Cumberland, a much different lake than the way it was back in the spring when we fished here the FLW Tour.
Yeah, we've been here twice in the spring for the tour. And yes, it is a much different lake. It's on winter drawdown, and it's a much bigger winter drawdown than they normally had because they had a big flood and didn't account for it this year. And but so when we're here in spring, and it's full, and the smallmouth are up spawning, and it's loaded with big smallmouth. It's a blast. Much tougher now when it's under these conditions. I mean, you're fishing different spots. I'm looking at some of the spots I used to fish in the spring, and I'm wondering why a fish even lives there. Trying to find new stuff. I worked on a smallmouth on this lower end in my practice, and I never came up with anything. And so I ended up largemouth fishing for this one. And I made all the right decision. As you mentioned, some poor execution on my behalf, and I'm here doing an interview and not in that boat. So
changing conditions have been tough on you guys. It was a really nice practice. I think you had bluebird skies. It was warmer. Then here comes the rain on day one. The cold front moves through, and the fish scatter.
Yeah, our practice, we had one bad day of practice, but then some really nice weather, and then the rain started, and the day one was windy and rainy all day, cold. And then day 2, totally different day. The cold front comes in that night, and it's colder that morning. The wind goes away, and the bluebird skies come out, so you have to adjust to that. And now these boys have a fog delay on this championship day, and so now we're going to have to deal with a short day. It's long runs most everywhere you go here. You're looking at an hour to the dam from here, and a lot of them are fishing in that area. Yep. So it's going to be interesting how it plays out.
Yeah, between the fog delay and the weather, lots of factors going into a championship Saturday. There's 5 pounds, 15 ounces that separates 10th from 1st. Andrew Upshaw, he's got a load of fish. He feels good about championship Saturday, Troy.
Yeah, he's been consistent, and he's catching a lot of keepers. I look for him to see it through.
Yeah. Looking to close the door today. $100,000 first place prize on the line. Let's talk about 2020, man. We're expanding the FLW Series to 8 divisions. The BFL lowers their entry fees $100 lower. And you got, hey, look, the FLW Series, man, lowered their entry fees too. Good times.
Yeah, I think that's a much-needed improvement. It makes it to where you can these weekend guys can afford to fish again. They expanded the number of tournaments in the series, so that's going to be good. It's going to make it a little tougher because now you're going to fish against a lot of locals because it's more like a BFL area instead of a big region. Yeah. But, yeah, I think it's going to be good.
Looking at 2020, you're excited about the future?
Yeah, I'm going to fish the Pro Series here and then probably 2 of the Costa divisions, and we'll see where it goes.
Absolutely. There you go. He's one of the best in the game today. Troy Morrow has done everything with FLW, and this is Championship Saturday. Again, $100,000 first place prize on the line. Andrew Upshaw trying to knock down his second major FLW victory of the season. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Chris and Troy. The day has begun, David Dudley. We finally are going to have some fishing. I'm watching our monitors right now. I'm just seeing a bunch of boats, camera angles just bumping right now. Guys are making their runs. We should start seeing Steve Floyd pretty soon, unless he made another adjustment as well.
He could have called a alternate call on this one and maybe felt like his chances wasn't going to play out with the largemouth, and he could have went for the smallmouth. And again, I've been in that position before where you're when you put that throttle down, you're like, I know exactly where I'm going, exactly what I'm doing. You get 2 miles down the lake or the river, and you're like, no, I'm going to change my mind. And it could have happened to him. It happened to Andrew. So that's why I love sitting in the studio watching, because I see what the battles they're going through, and I understand what they're doing and what they're fighting, and watching it all unfold today, I'm excited to watch and see what happens.
Well, David, after a 2-hour delay, we are finally about to see some first casts. When we return, we will have the beginning of the final day of the 2019 Costa FLW Series Championship. Don't go anywhere. The TH Marine Bass Fishing League is the most established grassroots tournament series in the country and has a tradition of producing legendary catches and legendary anglers.
Oh, we ain't even got to the good yet.
This year, we're bringing local anglers into the national spotlight with even more coverage than ever. Every tournament weigh-in will be streamed live, putting BFL anglers in front of over 1 million fans each month across multiple social media outlets. In addition to the live stream, the All-American, one of the nation's oldest and most prestigious championships, also airs on national television, offering even more exposure to anglers looking to promote their sponsors and advance in the sport. With 24 divisions, 10 no-entry fee championships, and more than $8 million in awards, the BFL is the nation's largest and most rewarding weekend bass fishing circuit. The popular win and you are in format automatically qualifies the winners from each tournament to their regional championships. It's the only circuit where affordable, close-to-home tournaments give you a chance to qualify for 3 of the greatest bass fishing tournaments in the country: the All-American, Costa FLW Series Championship, and FLW Cup, and give you a shot at winning the biggest payouts in bass fishing. A one-day tournament can change your life. Don't wait. Enter today.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be. But we went to that 5th division. That's when, I did that for 2 years, man. 33 weeks a year. I mean, I was gone. Only 52 weeks in the year.
Yeah.
That's when I went to Charlie and Kathy. Because I did the FLW Series too when it first came out. Remember? 06, 07. I'm like,
I'm getting texts.
There you go. That's right. That's right. So I'm like, I gotta have just some help on the Everstars. Charlie's like, well, which division do you want to give up? I'm like, I don't want to give up any of them. I'm selfish with it, but I mean, I had to give up one. So I think I started with the Central, I think, which was at that time Kentucky, Rayburn, and an Arkansas event, maybe Oklahoma event. Lappin took that one. Then the next year, We had the baby, so I gave up another one. Southeastern, I think. So then I was just running the, whatever it was, the Midwest we had at that time, a northern one and a western one.
Yeah, I have no consistency with what I fish. I just kind of show up.
I love it.
Anywhere.
That's your personality, man.
A lot of the northerns.
And win. That's what you do, man. You do good, man.
I like fishing in northern.
Yeah.
Fun up there.
I hear you. I hear you. Good times.
Yeah. Brian, we need another boat.
Another boat?
Yeah. It's trying to take off and it keeps turning off and we're trying to figure out what's going on with it. It's not wanting to work right.
Hell, motors in cold water don't get along, do they?
Anybody around here good?
I thought I did. Day one, I'm strolling up. I'm I didn't let off. I just backed off of it. Listened, trying to figure it out. I didn't want. The worst case scenario, I'm just gonna make it up there. And then worry about it. Yep. And finally, I forgot there's a no wake zone that I had to shut down. And I figured, well, we might be done here. Yep. Shut off, turn the engine up to see if I had all the blades. First of all. Yep.
Take your fishing to the next level with an FLW membership. You'll be eligible to fish FLW tournaments. Get issues of FLW Bass Fishing Magazine. Receive an FLW hat. 10% off FLW merchandise, and you'll be included in exclusive members-only giveaways. Plus, members gain access to World's Greatest Deals, where you'll save big with discounts on travel, shopping, dining, and more. Join today at flwfishing.com/membership.
Back to Lake Cumberland, beginning of the final day. Welcome back to Lake Cumberland, and the final day of the Costa FLW Series Championship. We had approximately about a 2-hour fog delay this morning, but our 10 boaters and 10 co-anglers have now head out on the water, and now a lot of them are making that long 40 to 50 minute run all the way down south. But there's a look at our top 10 and where they finished and how they got here, where they qualified from. There's actually 5 divisions nationally, and then our international division that includes quite a few countries, including Zimbabwe, which we got to watch Roger Cousins, who was #1 going into yesterday, doing some interesting techniques. It's always fun watching guys come from other places in the world. They're bringing new lures, bringing different techniques that they lean on out there, and then bringing them to the U.S. And I'm sure that they pick up a whole lot of different ideas when they come out here as well.
Yeah, as you can see, Andrew, you can see each division that they're coming from. You got the Southwestern Division, you got the Central Division, Western Division, and Southeastern Division. And just creating a pathway to give the opportunity to fish in a championship where they're paying $100,000 is an exciting format, an exciting division to make it there to where they're at now. They all in their own way have, because of so many divisions out there, people are able to fish in their comfort zone. There's so many places in lakes that they visit to where they can feel comfortable at. Like, for example, you can see up here on the screen, we got the 8 different divisions, and what's awesome about this is that they got some killer lakes. So look at the Central Division. They're going to Lake Chickamauga, Dale Hollow, and Lake Pickwick. Oh my gosh. The Eastern Division, which I'm going to be fishing that, they're going to Lake Hartwell, Lake Norman, and Potomac. You can't get any better than that. The Northern Division is always a killer, going to Champlain, St. Lawrence, and Detroit. as you can just keep going down the line and see the incredible lakes that they're going to. And the great thing about it is that they have 8 different divisions. It's not a division where you may live in Virginia and you have to travel 10 hours to go fish one lake, 8 hours to fish another lake. They have it regionalized to where most of these lakes or rivers that they're at, they're within a reasonable drive probably of most of these guys. And that's going to do 2 things. It's going to save on money, right? And most of the time people know somebody that might live on a lake. It's just it's a time saver, a money saver, and I'm super excited about the FLW Series division, and which this is the pathway into getting to the FLW Pro Tour, which will lead into the BPT, which is a no entry fee tournament, and to have the opportunity to fish on the highest level that there is with the no entry fee is an exciting pathway to put your money up.
Yep, and Dudley, you talked about a money saver. Here is a look at what the current, FLW Series was for 2019, what we're capping out today. And as we move into 2020, here's the changes. Entry fees are dropping, $200 on the pro side and $100 on the co-angler side. And they're expanding, like we talked about, from 5 divisions in the U.S. to 8 divisions. A lot more local lakes for these guys wanting to fish their regions. So a lot of great things happening there. But then what this is happening is there's a little more direct roadmap for anglers trying to climb the ranks here. So we've got our FLW Series where we're expanding to these 8 divisions, and that is going to be the way you qualify for the FLW Pro Circuit. And once you qualify for that, you will be able to then have a shot at qualifying for the Bass Pro Tour. No entry fees. Truly something the anglers have been wanting for a long time, was to not have to compete for their own money. And now on this top level of the BPT, there is that opportunity. You get to fish for free, basically, and for a good amount of money.
Yeah, that's an exciting deal. We've always said, when I say we, I'm talking about the bass fishing world. Wouldn't it be awesome to have a no entry fee professional level where we didn't have to put up our money, pay these entry fees, and now today the opportunity is there to where we can just show up at an event and know that we're really not going to, if we don't do well, we're not going to be losing money out of our pocket, and are able to come and make a good living for our family.
Yep. And we talked about the international divisions, and we got to watch Roger Cousins yesterday. He actually did finish the highest of the international competitors, so he actually punched his ticket to be able to fish the 2021 Pro Circuit. And here's some shots of him fishing yesterday. And then Eric Luzak actually was the highest qualifier last year, so he will be fishing the 2020 FLW Series. And we got to actually watch Michael Matee fish this year's.
Yeah, I think these are some of the first smallmouth he related to that he's caught in his life. He got to knock that off of his bucket list. He mentioned yesterday that was the first time he's ever caught a smallmouth. So it's always cool. I'm a bucket list chaser. Number 1 on mine right now is a bonefish. That's number 1 on my bucket list right now. But seeing him knock off a smallmouth in the bass species world and having that on the bucket list is an accomplishment for him. He was excited to do that. So I'm looking at the screen just as well as you are, and it looks like we're getting close to, they got to be getting close to their fishing grounds. This is a big lake. It's 60 miles, or I think 60 miles long. And I know a lot of people that are headed down towards southern part of the lake, towards the dam, which is where most of them are at, Travis. And most of them are down towards the southern end. And I think that has a lot to do with Early in the year, they had flooded conditions, so this lake has had a lot of current flowing through this lake at all times. And if you're a bass or any fish of nature, you get out in that current and drifts you closer down towards the dam and closer down towards the dam. And as they continue to pull water all year long trying to get it, a lot of these fish just got in that current and migrated down towards the southern end of the lake. And I feel that's the reason the southern end is shining right now, where most of the fish are being caught. And if you're not in that, it seems to be, if you're not in that southern end of the lake fishing for smallmouth, you're probably are not sitting in this top 10. So that the high waters this year, again, I think are contributing to the southern end being the dominant end of this lake.
Sure. I know two of those anglers in the top 10, Matt Pengrak and Travis Manson, both heading all the way down to the dam. They are switching between Indian and Otter Creek, and they are both, they were rooming together. They both have kind of figured out the same thing, shared some information, and they've got, they're throwing that Spro rock crawler for these first early morning smallies, and they really figured out they're burning that crankbait. That was the ticket for them getting it. When you know, sometimes a lot of people think when it's tough conditions, you got to slow down things. Theirs is actually speeding it up, getting these fish to maybe react a little bit more, and that has been the key early in the morning. Both days, both of these guys have had some big fish come off, and so they've each of these two first days they've had potential at bigger stringers. Matt Pengrak only brought in 11 pounds, 2 ounces day one, and he was extremely disappointed. Felt like he left a lot out there, had a lot of fish come off, and then the next day was able to come back with something more of a limit that he expected, which was that 15-pound, 6-ounce limit. Jumped him all the way up from 38th place to 3rd place going into the final day. And so he definitely was feeling it this morning on that fog delay, because he has that long run down there. He's really capitalized on that early morning bite, and I would probably bet that Travis was a little nervous and trying to figure out what kind of adjustments they needed to make first thing to start the morning when they get down there.
Hey, he laid mention to the fact that he was reeling his crankbait, you know, trying to get that reaction bite a little bit faster. And anytime you got really blue skies and you're still trying to power things up, which means whether you're using a spinnerbait, a crankbait, him mentioning that he's retrieving his crankbait a little bit faster and getting that reaction bite, basically what he's saying is this: hey guys, I chose to reel it faster because I don't want them getting a good look at what I'm throwing. So a lot of times when you are faced with bluebird skies, power fishing, it's always better to create a faster retrieve, a faster motion, just so they can't get a good look at it. When it's cloudy and rainy, you can slow it down. They're still going to come and be able to zone in on it more. The faster that bait comes through there, it's harder for that fish to just be the perfect, I got it. Now you're reeling it slower, he can zone in on it more, he can effectively you know, get it inside of his mouth, and you can catch them a whole lot more. So you know, you're always, at every single tournament, every single day, every single hour, you're always going to hear somebody crying about losing one. And when you are faced with these type of conditions and you are still throwing a reaction bait during bluebird skies, you're going to lose a lot of fish. Hopefully it won't happen for some of these guys today, but you know, just looking at all the weights that are up there, I know we say it, it's common sense, every bite they get, you better be on your P's and Q's, because you know, just as well as I got a bet with you today, how many limits are coming in today, I feel that it's not going to be many bites, and they're going to have to capitalize on what they have in hand.
Now, Andrew Upshaw arrived late at night to pre-fish the first day, and arrived like 2 a.m. So he made sure he got a little bit of sleep, got a late start on the lake around 10 a.m. And his wife happened to call. She was driving the kids to school, and so he pulled off to a little bluff and started talking to them, you know, and started talking to his kid, and just picked up a jig and started throwing a jig along the bluff, and ended up getting 6 bites on that phone call. And that was the first place he had fished. And he went, all right, that seems pretty good. But then, then goes, okay, maybe the bite's on fire. Goes and fishes the rest of the day and got a handful of bites the rest of the day. And then went, oh man, I just figured something out right there. And that ended up being one of his bites. And we watched him fish yesterday.
That's so cool. It reminds me of a story. We're going to call that the telephone bluff. I'm sure he's going to the telephone bluff. It reminds me of a story back in the day of Brian Kerschel, who happened to win the Bassmasters Classic, and he won it on a red shad worm, and he found the red shad worm floating on the water, and he picked it up, and it had teeth marks all over it, so he went and bought a bag of red shad worms, and he won the Classic on it. So this very well could be Andrew Upshaw's story of calling it the telephone bluff, where he was talking to his wife. That's a pretty cool story. Yeah.
All right. And just for you guys at home, David and I can watch the other cameras that are live right now, and we're still just seeing the bottom of the bass boats just bouncing. So that means these anglers are still running. We're going to jump to one more commercial break, and then we're going to be back live and finally see some casts. I cannot wait. The anticipation is building. I know for you and I can't imagine what it's like for these anglers right now. They're ready to just get a lure in the water, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back here at Lake Cumberland when we return. The TH Marine Bass Fishing League is the most established grassroots tournament series in the country and has a tradition of producing legendary catches and legendary anglers.
Oh, we ain't even got to the good yet.
This year we're bringing local anglers into the national spotlight with even more coverage than ever. Every tournament weigh-in will be streamed live, putting BFL anglers in front of over 1 million fans each month across multiple social media outlets. In addition to the live stream, the All-American, one of the nation's oldest and most prestigious championships, also airs on national television, offering even more exposure to anglers looking to promote their sponsors and advance in the sport. With 24 divisions, 10 no-entry fee championships, and more than $8 million in awards, the BFL is the nation's largest and most rewarding weekend bass fishing circuit. The popular win and you are in format automatically qualifies the winners from each tournament to their regional championships. It's the only circuit where affordable, close-to-home tournaments give you a chance to qualify for 3 of the greatest bass fishing tournaments in the country: the All-American, Costa FLW Series Championship, and FLW Cup, and give you a shot at winning the biggest payouts in bass fishing. A one-day tournament can change your life. Don't wait. Enter today. welcome back to a foggy morning on Lake Cumberland for Championship Saturday of the 2019 Costa FLW Series Championship. A significantly shortened day for our anglers. A lot of things affecting how much time these anglers are going to get to fish today. We experienced a fog delay for nearly 2 hours this morning, which prevented the anglers from being able to blast off. We finally just saw those anglers head out into the water a while ago. But the other factor is that one of the key areas in this tournament is the southern end of this lake, which is 50 to 60 miles downriver. And these anglers, the majority of the anglers seem like they're making this run today all the way down there. They've still not arrived.
No, they haven't. We're watching them in the studio, and I got to feel that one of them has landed in their fishing grounds, and it's going to be exciting to watch it when it does happen.
And these guys, they are definitely throttled down, trying to make up time. It was very nerve-wracking just sitting there.
Yeah, they're cut today. They're cutting every corner, every little, like they're pushing it. They're probably blowing over humps that they shouldn't be going around, or shouldn't be going over. They're trying to shave as much time as they can today, and which naturally, hopefully, they're going to, with a shortened time. It's not only a shortened time, but it's put a tighten down on their collar, and hopefully we're going to see some great action in the short time that they have on the water today.
And Dudley, it's like driving to your job. It's like going to work and knowing you're late and trying to weave in and out of traffic and everything. These guys are all late to start their job this morning, and they're feeling that anxiety. And a lot of times it becomes hard to calm those nerves once you get to work knowing you showed up late and everything. And so these anglers definitely making those changes to try to catch back up to the pace they needed to set in this day.
Yeah, well, the great thing is here in just a moment, we're going to be able to get into the mind of Brian Thrift. And if you followed this tournament, Brian struggled, which he hardly ever struggles in his career. He struggled the first day, only catching 4 fish. Came back the second day, had the biggest bag of the second day. So we're actually going to be able to, he himself knows the conditions better than we do in the studio right now. And we're going to be able to listen to him, give us a little bit of insight, and maybe how he adjusted yesterday to catch this big bag.
Yep, we've got him on the lakeshore right now. Didn't win this championship, but he's coming fresh off of the real championship, the FLW Cup. Got his first win. Brian Thrift, congratulations on your Cup victory this year, and thanks for joining us this morning.
Oh, no trouble, guys. Thank you. I'm glad to be able to be here and do this. And, this is the last event for the year for me, and it was just a great time as always.
Well, Brian, now break down the lake right now. I mean, you had 2 very different days, and as a guy that's an extremely consistent angler, to see you fluctuate so much really kind of sums up what these anglers have had to deal with over this last 2 days.
Yeah, it was I'm going to say trying. It was, I expected the fishing to be a lot better. I mean, after being here the last time for the FLW Tour when I won in April and just seeing how many fish are in this lake, I expected it to be phenomenal with the water down 30 feet. I figured they're going to be piled up in the creeks on bait or something like that. And that never really materialized. I don't know where all the big largemouth are. I never found them. And that's what I spent my whole practice looking for and just never could find it. So the first day of the event, I just rolled down the bank, and it took me 2 days to figure out how to catch them.
When you make adjustments like that, and making an adjustment on the second day and coming back with a huge bag on day 2, that's extremely tough to do. Me and you both can agree with that. And whatever you figured out, is there something that you can tell the people watching? Is there something that maybe clued you off? Because it was very evident day 1 was cloudy, windy, and rainy, and you could have powered it up if you wanted to. And in day 2, we got clear blue skies, and you come in with a big load. What do you see these guys, the adjustment that they need to make? It's very obvious you made the right adjustment. So what do you think these guys need to do today if you were to suggest something to them?
The biggest adjustment I would say would be to slow down. That's what I did yesterday and had a phenomenal day. The first day I flew down the bank, fished fast, and just never ran into those topwater fish. I tried to stay on smallmouth and find smallmouth because I knew you could win if you found them. And it looks like that's what Andrew and a lot of the guys in the top 10 are doing. It just took me a day longer to find them. But yesterday I finally slowed down. I actually just picked up a jig and went down the bank with a jig, and by 10 o'clock I could ride around and call my shot. I could see what I was looking for, make one cast, catch a 3-pounder, and go somewhere else. And it was just a phenomenal bite yesterday. I probably caught 2 or 3 13-pound limits, and just the whole day I'm kicking myself like, why didn't I do this the first day?
That's right. That's one good thing about this lake. Maybe you can expand on it a little bit more. With the lake being down as far as it is, I know you can use your eyes a lot to recognize what, where you need to fish and what you need to do. So explain a little bit about the drawdown versus when we were here, when it was flooded conditions, very obvious, to how you can use your eyes now to benefit you in the fishing right now.
Yeah, when we were here last time in April, and I mentioned this to my co-anglers both days because I fished a lot of the same stuff that I fished in the tour event last time. And, we're down here way down looking up at the bank, and I'm pointing up there. I was like, you see that tree up there 40 feet from us? I caught the winning smallmouth off that tree last April. So now there's very little stuff in the water. So anything you find that comes off the bank a little bit, maybe at the little bit of the standing trees that growed up, the rocks, rock vein that runs by, anything like that, there's a smallmouth on it.
Yeah, that's why you are who you are. Just using your eyes to run around and call your shots and catch 2 or 3 limits of 13-pound limits along with your basically 17-pound bag is why you are who you are. But I think these guys...
I wish I had a do-over on the first day.
Oh, gosh. I feel the pain for you. Like when I watched what you had the first day, my heart was aching just as bad as you were. I was like, here's Brian, who has a chance to knock down the Cup and the Costa Championship all in one year and set a record in that. I was like, man, to see him come in, I would not have wanted to be around you at all after that weigh-in. If I saw you walking through the parking lot, I probably would have turned and walked the other way. I was like, I don't want to be near Brian right now.
No, it really wasn't that bad. I didn't get mad and get down on myself because I fished how I thought I needed to. I just didn't figure them out. So, I was a little mad at myself for not figuring out, but it wasn't bad because I was happy with how I fished. I fished the first day how I thought I could catch them, and it just didn't work out.
Well, I know that you made a lot of people nervous. I was actually on the phone with one of the guys in the top 10 when you weighed in, and he said, "Are you kidding me?" So you're always chasing everybody. Nobody's safe unless you are officially out of an event, and you definitely showed that yesterday. You had a fantastic season on tour, ended the season on top. So another, once again, congratulations for that, and we really appreciate you taking a moment out of this morning to talk to us, and we will see you hopefully soon.
Yes, sir. I'm looking forward to getting next year started. This is kind of starting my fall winter break, so looking forward to spending time with the family, going through the holidays and get my new Ranger Evinrude rigged up and get ready for next year already. I've kind of immersed myself in bass fishing, and I'm already thinking about next year. My mind's set on that first event at Rayburn already, and I'm ready to get started.
Yeah. You mentioned fall and winter break. baloney on that. You don't take a break. You're probably going to be sitting out on Lake Norman at daylight tomorrow, drive all the way home. I call bluff on that one. You may not be fishing the tournament.
I may have been bluffing a little bit.
Yeah, you're going to be on that water still 5 days a week, and the other 2 days you're working on tackle in your basement. So you're not.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, you're not in a break.
I actually do have a big tournament next Saturday at Lake Norman. It's a special ops tournament, and Angler's Choice Marines sponsoring it and putting it on out of Lake Norman. So anybody in the area, come down, support a great cause next Saturday, November the 9th. It'd be a great event.
Very cool. Well, good luck at that one, Brian. Maybe let somebody else take home the victory if you're feeling generous. But
everybody out there in the top 10, they deserve it. They earned it, worked their butt off. I mean, I've never seen Cumberland so tough through the practice period. And then, I knew it was going to be a lower weight than normal for this lake, but that's typical fall transition. So my hat's off to these guys that figure out how to catch them and put it together for 2 days. They've earned it. I mean, you look at the conditions we had. The first day, rain, cold, and then yesterday, slick and sunny. So the guys that are in the top 10, they've overcome a lot of scenarios, a lot of situations, and they've done great.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of those guys, we finally are having some casts being made. So some boats have finally arrived at their first spots. So we're going to hop over to that. Brian Thrift, thank you again, and we appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys.
Now, not only do we have some guys rolling up on some spots, but I'm getting word that we may have already had a fish catch. So I think we're going to take a little Ranger replay at this look. At number 2 to start the morning, Rob Burns.
Fish. I mean, I got a fish. I need the net on this one, I think. Oh, God, I need the net.
Wow.
It's a biggie.
Oh,
don't you? No, they're crazy. I know. Here he comes. That'll work. That'll start my day.
Yeah, that's.
Look at that chunker.
Big one.
Look at that fat bass. That's a Rob Burns fat bass.
Wow, that is a tank right there. I mean, a tank.
Look at the belly on that. Look at the belly here. Look at that belly. Big Billy bass for a big Billy guy.
That one fish just caught him up with Andrew, and that one fish alone.
And Rob Burns, you're looking at a live look at him now out of Plano, Texas. 13 pounds, 9 ounces day 1, 14 pounds, 10 ounces day 2. And as I mentioned earlier, he didn't even pre-fish. His first day of fishing Lake Cumberland was day 1 of the tournament.
Wow. Look how fast he is burning. Now, either he's got a slow reel or that is an intentional retrieve.
Stick.
And you're also looking at him finding some low light conditions right here. He has found a bank that's still got shade on it.
Yeah, he definitely is fishing the shade line.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
He's talked about he had a couple things in mind he was going to try, but he said he figured out one technique, and that's what he has caught all his fish on, and it seems to be that red crankbait. I'm sure we'll find out more details as the day progresses here.
Yeah, I pulled up first spot, and after a long wait, long run down lake, and caught a short one about my third cast, and about 2 minutes later,
hooked into a solid fish. It's 3+. It might be pushing 3.5. It's a real fat one. Gave us a little tussle, but it's definitely a good sign, positive sign. Catch one first thing, takes the nerves off. We have a little breeze blowing in there, and that helps a lot with this kind of bite. I'm going down. I'm going to fish some of this water I got bit on yesterday real fast. See if I can get bit on it again. And if not, then I'm going to go back out and start running some, wind. I might run across the way right there where those 2 points are. It looks very fishy to me. Just takes a little chop, makes this this wiggle wart bite much better. So it's a good start. We'll just make as many casts as possible. That was like a line.
Let me get over you.
Some kind of crap.
Over yours.
Okay.
So you hung up.
I got some kind of crap. It's not normal. There it comes.
Not like it up to get a bite standing up there trying to get this out of his way.
Seems like there might be another little tournament happening today.
Yeah. Andrew was saying something about it.
See, this is just, I don't like it slick like this.
Yeah.
But
man, I'm curious to know what gear ratio he's using, because I talked to earlier about when you do have these clean conditions like this,
the baits will go.
that one of the best things you can do is speed up your lures so they can't get a look at it. And it's very obvious he's throwing a wiggle wart. But if that is a 7+ ratio reel, it is blowing my mind how fast he's reeling that thing. He is definitely getting reaction bites all the way.
The ones I've been catching are the right ones, though. I mean, I've caught a lot of.
That was a fatty for sure.
Yeah. So.
With how tough the bite is, it is interesting to see. We get out here, and the first time we get to see Rob Birds, looks like he is just working that crankbait fast. And
I'm messing around here. Might as well just catch 3 more good ones and be done with it. Why wait all day?
That would be the goal, Rob.
And I know that's what Matt Pangrack and Travis Manson are both doing, is burning crankbaits.
Yeah, anytime you got a lake with smallmouth in it, they're a very aggressive fish, and it's, most of the top 10 are catching big smallmouth, and that's the beauty about that fish, and that's why we love it. You can get away with powering on a blue bird sky day, simply because it looks like he is just. I'm curious to see if Matt and Travis are reeling at the same speed. And it's just cool to see that one simple change. You know, other people have tried wiggle warts and rock crawlers or whatever it may be, the pig, but just to see how fast he's reeling it is blowing my mind. Blowing my mind. Typically, I'm crawling a crank. If I'm throwing a crankbait that's a crawdad imitator, I'm crawling it, not burning it back like it's his last. You know, he's forcing that smallmouth to make a split-second decision on, do I want it? Yep, I want it. You know, he's forcing them to make a decision fast, and a smallmouth is one that can fall for that trap very easily. Largemouth, typically not. Spotted bass are fairly aggressive, but definitely with smallmouth, it's something that he is getting them triggered up with.
Use their gloves.
That's a good guy, wasn't he?
That was a good guy.
Rob Burns qualified out of the Southwestern Division, finishing 33rd.
Did you bring any chicken? I told you I brought peanut butter. Oh, that's right.
Oh, that should be money. Oh, and he backlashed.
Well,
no. Look at that cast he just made. I hate it when that happens. He's got 2 lay-down trees. Look at that. 2 lay-down trees. Drifting forward 4. Man.
There we go. Just want to check all this line here, make sure it's all good still.
Hey, that sucks. It doesn't seem like it makes a difference. He's not on a pattern. He's just on, it looks like just the area of the lake. Hey, put the trolling motor down. I'm going to burn this crankbait as fast as I can, go anywhere I want to go. You know, he's already laid mention that where he might go over to a windier side of the bank. You see that?
There's a look at Steve Floyd. That's what's great about this tournament. You got anglers coming from all over the world, and they're finding their style of fishing one way or another. And Steve Floyd, really known for his flipping, and he's the guy that's weighed in 10 largemouth so far over this tournament. The one guy that's been able to sustain that largemouth bite and earn himself a 4th place start this morning.
Yeah, the great thing about Lake Cumberland is you can, even when the water was high or low, you can go find your style of fishing. You know, it's there. It's there to be found. You just might have to ride 50 miles to find it, but still the interesting fact is that they're still all down towards they're still all down towards the southern end of the lake.
There was a gust. Is it I've been catching them most on crawfish stuff, but because that's what I've been throwing. I don't
think.
Yeah, they like the chartreuse. Yes.
Those things start to freeze up. Let's take a quick replay right now. Look at that huge smallmouth weighed in.
I got a fish. I need the net on this one.
Yeah,
I think. Oh, God, I need
at the boat,
it's a biggie.
man.
Yeah, biggie.
Oh, don't you.
That one fish just put you in the lead.
No, they're crazy. I know. There he comes. That'll work. That'll start my day.
That's the way to knock
Look at
off
that chunker.
pre-morning delayed jitters. That jumped Rob Burns with one fish into the lead spot. We've already seen a lead change so far in this short morning we've had. We've got plenty more live action here from Lake Cumberland when we return. The TH Marine Bass Fishing League is the most established grassroots tournament series in the country and has a tradition of producing legendary catches and legendary anglers.
Oh, we ain't even got to the good yet.
This year we're bringing local anglers into the national spotlight with even more coverage than ever. Every tournament weigh-in will be streamed live, putting BFL anglers in front of over 1 million fans each month across multiple social media outlets. In addition to the live stream, the All-American, one of the nation's oldest and most prestigious championships, also airs on national television, offering even more exposure to anglers looking to promote their sponsors and advance in the sport. With 24 divisions, 10 no-entry fee championships, and more than $8 million in awards, the BFL is the nation's largest and most rewarding weekend bass fishing circuit. The popular win and you are in format automatically qualifies the winners from each tournament to their regional championships. It's the only circuit where affordable, close-to-home tournaments give you a chance to qualify for 3 of the greatest bass fishing tournaments in the country: the All-American, Costa FLW Series Championship, and FLW Cup, and give you a shot at winning the biggest payouts in bass fishing. A one-day tournament can change your life. Don't wait. Enter today.
I've been around fishing for 30 years, most of my adult life. So to be out here with these guys and seeing the new techniques they use and the new things they do, it's a privilege. It's a great opportunity for guys like me that never really got to get to this level, that fish local or whatever, because we look at it, people that really love the sport look at it just like somebody look at a football game or whatever. This is a great program for people who want to come out and see these guys perform. These guys fish at a high level, and it's really nice to come out here and watch them.
Welcome back, everyone, to our final day coverage here on Lake Cumberland for the 2019 Costa FLW Series Championship. We've seen changing conditions, David, over the last 3 days now. Rain, clear, beautiful skies, fog delays. A big strategy has to go into actually pulling off a 3-day event like this. And so why don't we break down right now the TH Marine roadmap to victory.
Yeah, this is a layout of what I feel that the guy who's going to come away and hoist that trophy up is going to do. So, number one, we've already talked about being versatile. You heard Brian Thrift earlier in the show talk about being versatile and overcoming condition changes, which means being versatile could mean this. The first day of the tournament was rain, wind. Day 2 was slick and sunny. Being versatile could also mean going from, we've already seen him throwing a wigglewort this morning, maybe switching up to a jig. Being versatile in a lot of different ways. Being versatile in changing areas. If your area is not working, maybe change. Capitalizing on every bite. Yes, guys, I know this is common sense, and yeah, you got to catch every fish that bites, but truly, when you are in a condition where you're not going to get many opportunities, and not having many opportunities, you've got to understand and capitalize on every bite. It's kind of a no-brainer, but when the fishing is tough, one fish could be the difference in $100,000 versus a smaller check. And being mentally tough, and we've highlighted on this a little bit, but being mentally tough, guys, it works on your mind. We've all been in that situation before where we're not getting many bites, and these thoughts start coming through your head like, should I change to a jig? Should I try a crankbait? Should I try jerkbait? So then you try jerkbait and don't get bit. You try a jig, you don't get bit. And you try a spinnerbait or just whatever it is. You're trying all these different lures. You're trying to be versatile. You want to get a bite and nothing's happening. And then that mental game starts coming into play, and you hear those voices inside of you talking. You're just begging, give me a clue, fish. Just give me one bite. And I've always said you've got to be able to write a one-page report on one bite. And it's that many clues that typically come with a bite. Especially if you get 2 bites, then you're building on something that you can expand on. So that roadmap to victory, I feel if at the end of the day we ask them, Travis, and say, hey, what was your key to success? I feel very confident that they would be able to say they did all 3 of those subjects, and that's the reason they're going to stand on the stage.
Great breakdown, David. There is a look at our unofficial leaderboard. Andrew Upshaw already has 3 fish in the boat for a 7-pound limit. It looks like he made the right adjustment. He said he was going to fish near the launch ramp this morning. With that delay, he blew right past his starting spot, went all the way down the lake. I believe we're having some cell service issues with him right now, so once we get connection with him, we'll be showing what he's doing. And then Rob Burns, though, did what he needed to do first thing this morning. We talked about, in your roadmap to victory, capitalizing on every bite. I've sat here and watched a lot of final days on live, and those smallies, when they jump that high on a crankbait right next to the boat, it goes the other way a lot of times. And Burns getting that fish in the boat is a great momentum builder for him first thing.
Absolutely, yeah. And it's just like we mentioned, it's a builder for not only Andrew, but for Rob. And, here we got a different look, guys. You've seen deep water, bluffy style. And again, this is Steve fishing in largemouth area. Guys, you know, I'm not going to ever say not, but the majority of the time you're not going to flip to a tree in this type of setup and expect to catch a smallmouth. And I still say Steve is going to be a dangerous one. Anytime you're dealing with largemouth, he could just get 2 key bites today, you know, call them 4-pounders and a 5-pounder and fill a limit, and he's going to make things interesting. So he's one that I still say we're going to have to keep our eye on just because he's teasing us with these largemouth.
And a good season for Floyd. Finished 4th in the Central Division, so qualified from there and had a 2nd place finish on Kentucky Lake this year. And also has a son that fishes for Bethel University. These two father-son duo are what's talked about the hottest father-son team right now in bass fishing, really doing some damages at a lot of different levels. And I'm looking up the standings right now. His son actually qualified and fished this event as well. Finished 57th place. So old dad topped his son when they went head-to-head here.
The old veteran overrode the youngin'. That's pretty cool. I know growing up with my dad, he taught me so much in fishing. He fished a lot of tournaments, and of course we started fishing tournaments together at a young age. I remember going into school in the 7th grade, and they put me and him had won just a derby at night, a Tuesday night tournament, and I remember going in school like pretty much bragging and saying, look, whatever it was, maybe it was a couple $100, just showing off that I went fishing and brought home some money just going out fishing. So having a dad like that to be able to teach you, and whether it's a dad, uncle, or whoever, it's important for us as anglers to get, other people involved in this sport as much as we can. A lot of times, I always say in deer hunting, I say when, typically if somebody buys a 1-seater deer stand, ladder stand, I call them selfish. Go ahead and put together that, $15, $20 extra dollars and get a 2-seater deer stand, so that allows you the chance to bring somebody else. But if you just try to save $20 and buy a 1-seat deer stand, that I call you selfish. So guys, I encourage you to take people fishing, and I always encourage people to buy double-seat tree stands so you can have the opportunity to take somebody hunting when you're in the woods.
What's your take on single versus dual consoles in the boat?
Ooh, good question. We just been in all these little shallow trees. I mean, this has been, as you can see, man, it's loaded with boats. Today's a Saturday and there's probably a local tournament, but I think the tournament boats, I think I counted 12 or 15 in here one day, just right here, fishing. So it's been beat to death. Most guys are buzzing and spinnerbaiting, but it seems like I've been able to catch them kind of on this havoc. Kind of swimming it around, dropping it by these trees, but I've been doing this a long time, and I'm still all keyed up. I haven't caught one yet, but a fog delay kind of sucks. Fish been biting like the first hour of the day, man. They were biting good both days, and then it goes through a real long dry period. And then they bite it for about the last hour of the day, so it's kind of a bad deal for me, the way it's the same for everybody, but we just got to keep our head down. See if we can catch them. My partner here doesn't call a good one, so just got to make it happen. This place is loaded with bait fish and A lot of fish back in here just moving around, feeding. So
he is not letting it sit in that. He is in there, hit the bottom, pull up, pump it one time, and he's back out.
The shallower, the better, it seems like. Gonna be hard to keep.
He's not going to run out of targets in there, that's for sure.
No. He is, he's fishing pretty fast. I mean, he is not waiting.
Just now getting to their spot, though, down the lake. Might already have a limit.
And we got Steve Floyd still to get his first keeper. But here's a Ranger replay at his first bite of the morning.
It's just good to be out in the top 10. Can't win one of these tournaments unless you get a fish on Saturday.
Steve mentioning some of the elements that are working against him here this morning. This is day 3 of the event. He said there were a lot of anglers that have fished this area. A lot of fish have come out of here over the last 2 days. And also, by this time yesterday, he had his limit. Well, he just started fishing now today, so really missing that early morning window and kind of trying to make up for lost time, but has definitely had some lulls throughout the last 2 days during right now. So this isn't the time that he really wanted to be starting to flip here.
That's good to see.
I haven't caught any on a buzzer this week. A lot of guys catch them on a buzz bait, but these fish got so, I think they got so used to buzzing and spinner baiting. But maybe today, it's a good way to catch a big one.
Dudley, throughout a tournament, how much do you learn when you're sharing an area like this with other anglers? How much are you watching them throughout the last couple days, and now that they're not in the equation anymore, how much are you taking of that information you learned? For instance, is he going to have a buzzbait on the deck today and go, I'm going to pick this up every once in a while when it's slow and see if I can't catch one or two of those buzzbait fish those other guys have caught each day, but now they're not there throwing it?
Every I've had, you try to pick up something else just to keep them honest, but
he just mentioned that, keeping himself honest, which pretty much is like he heard you ask the question, That's pretty cool. But a lot of understand, the more you spend in an area, the more intimate you're going to get with it. And he's seen a lot of anglers in that area, and a lot of fish management is understanding where pressure has been and where pressure has not been. you know, and he's watched boats come in and out of there, and it's almost like playing hopscotch. You know, you're looking at where people are jumping, moving around to, spending time, and the more you spend time in an area, the more intimate you're going to get, and your time management gets a lot better. You know, you may have seen a boat catch a couple fish here or there. You're both in the same area, and so him being observant of an area that he's been in is going to definitely, you know, when you help him out for this third day in making decisions and spending time more effectively in certain areas.
Trying to catch. It's good conditions to flip, you know. I'm sunny.
That should be a bite right there. Look at that lay down tree. You know his heart is pumping right now.
Big old turtle. He's like, man, I ain't getting in that water.
That turtle is holding ground pretty strong. I hate a log with turtles on it. I've still to this day have never caught a bass on a log with a turtle.
I haven't caught one on that log. That's perfect.
I know you ain't gonna catch one now, for sure. Turtle logs suck. It just pisses me off every time I see a log, a good-looking log, and you'll see 20 turtles sitting on it. I mean, I won't even make a cast at it. I won't even take my effort to go over there and even fish it.
Now, Dudley, when we've been here in the spring, that water's been all the way up to that green vegetation up on the top. You're seeing at the very top of the screen, but as you can see, that dirt bank there, the lake is down 35 feet right now, what they call winter pool. Tell me about, look at all those, and you can see how much brush is out of the water, all these trees out of the water. Tell me about how that affects the way these anglers need to fish.
Yeah, you know, a bass is still going to relate to cover whether the water's high or low. You're going to be fishing maybe different style cover. Now, as you can see in this picture right here, the lake is 35 foot down. This lake is actually a flood lake, which means all the extra water that comes in, they may have a heavy rain. This lake is built to take on the extra water that's coming through to the lakes above and to the lakes below. So this is actually a flood lake. And what they do in the winter is draw this lake down to a certain level. It's 35 foot low. And whenever they do that, everything gets exposed. Now, as you can see, you got what you call the timber line. This was actually timber that they didn't timber out when they started to flood the lake. They just left it there. They didn't go around with chainsaws and cut it. When it's up at summer pool, they know that boats are not going to be interrupting in the props are not going to be in the trees. They allowed the trees to stay there and effectively be below the water. But being this low, you would think it would congregate them more, it would isolate them more on certain things, but yet this is such a big lake, a big area of water that it still has made for tough conditions, even though the water's down. And you're able to use your eyes. If you look at the bank, a lot of what you can see, and we heard Thrift made mention to it, like see where on the point where we got chunk rock, then it goes to boulder, table rock. You have different transitions. You look up there in the upper side where it went to actually pea gravel. You can use your eyes and actually pattern fish within. Whenever a lake's this low, it helps you pattern fish a lot more.
I love that drone look, seeing that bird's eye view that we get. When we're at this level, it just looks like there's trees everywhere. There's no rhyme or reason. But when you really look down, you can see those lines. You can see the different casting lanes.
Yep. If you look right over top of his head right now, you see that rock vein. If the water was up and over that, you wouldn't know that rock vein was there. And that's something that you would have to find just fishing your way through an area. And, very obvious, you can look and see that Steve is towards the back end, the very back end of the creek, which typically, of course, largemouth are going to be predominantly there. That's why he has weighed in 10 largemouth. I think the only angler to do that. And it's neat to see what he's fishing around. And when I was there last year during this event, there's no way. I mean, I would have been dropping wave points in 30 foot of water on those standing trees out there, It's really cool to see that happening.
Official leader, Andrew Upshaw. And here we are, our first live look at our leader, Andrew Upshaw.
Well, we're finally fishing, guys. Had a little bit of a fog delay this morning. We kind of expected it, though. I mean, when we woke up this morning, it was dense fog, and it's a good call to delay us a little bit. Changed my game plan a little bit. I just came flipping, and fortunate enough, the first stretch I pulled up to, caught 3 keepers. Missed one, but he never got it. But it's been good so far. No complaints here. Had all been on a half-ounce jig, just flipping down the bank. Got little bitty. These fish are all like set up in these real tiny little places, little short stretches. These smallmouth are, and you're just picking them off. And once you get in an area where they're living, that's when you'll get 3 or 4 bites pretty quickly. I just need to find a couple areas that have 3 or 4 of them be like 3 or 4 pounds. But it's coming. It's just a matter of time. Got to flip. Just keep flipping until you get more bites. Today I'm fishing with Mason Roach. Mason's from Texas, Conroe, right?
Yep.
Yeah, Conroe, Texas. This is the second time he and I fished together. We actually were paired up at Sam Rayburn this year. The first day, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was first day. Yeah. Little young punk that can straight up catch them. I can promise you that. Nah, he's a good kid.
Oh yeah, my dad's watching right now, and I'm pretty sure my mom is too. And I just want to thank all my friends and family this week for supporting me, and I think we can get it done today. I think me and Andrew are going to catch him here in a little bit.
You learning anything from this old man?
Oh, absolutely. He's taught me a lot.
How you doing today, David? I bet you're a little bit warmer than we are right now, but I bet you sure are missing these jig bites. I know you like to catch them like that. You like to catch them shallow and flipping and all that kind of stuff. I know you want to be catching them right now and not be sitting in no studio.
Yeah, that'd be correct. Number one, I am a lot warmer than you. And two, a jig to me, I don't even know if I own a jig. So he definitely is calling me out on that one. I don't own a jig. I really don't keep jigs in my boat. I'm a plastic guy. I know you guys are probably listening and can't believe it, but I do have football jigs in my boat.
I keep here the first day of practice. I hadn't been back since. Hoping there's a couple more I want to play.
If you pay attention to what he's doing, you're going to have, and I'll probably expand a little bit about what he's doing. See him looking down at his depth finder right now. There's certain parts of the bluff that may, poke out a little bit more. It may be a flat spot on a bluff. You can really tell just by watching him if he's on a flat part of a bluff or a steep part of a bluff. He's giving it like 3 to 4 pumps, as you can see right there. He's working it about halfway back. He's covering a lot of water. When these fish get up tight to these rocks, the bass actually know when the crawdads are going to be starting to disappear. What I mean by that, once that water starts bumping down close to the 50-degree mark, these crawdads start burying up. They start going up underneath the rocks. And it's like having your last chance at a Snickers bar or a Twix bar. You've been eating them all year, and then there's going to be a period of time when you can't eat another Snickers bar. These, is contrary to what people think about the fall, there's a certain moment in the fall where they are still heavily concentrated on crawdads. And you can see the top 2 in the leaderboard as of right now. He's throwing a crawdad imitating wigglewort, and he's throwing a crawdad bank. Everybody thinks in the fall, shad, 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 shad. Well, I can tell you this, that when it's the fall time of the year, as long as that water is relatively above 50 degrees, they're still going to be heavily concentrated on that Snickers bar, a.k.a. That crawdad. We all know we love chocolate. They love their crawdads. They love their crustaceans. They're going to still focus in on them. And I think it's a big myth. We're still early enough in the fall that I don't consider this quite fall yet. Even though the weather up above is cold.
I missed some fun action earlier. Whew.
But I don't think
that was good.
This is exactly fall time of the year. So
it was got 3 within 8 minutes.
As soon as I put the net down,
less than 8 minutes, yeah.
Another one.
Well, I'd be going back to that, Andrew.
2 of them were back-to-back flips.
So to summarize really quickly while he's talking is, guys, don't buy into the myth that shad until it gets below 50 degrees.
And there you go, Dudley. Your crawdad guys right there.
Fire out of it right there.
Team Crawfish. I know everybody at home you just kind of spun a lot of minds. A lot of people are taking some notes right now and thinking about their local waters. Hey,
Yeah.
maybe I'm chasing too much shad stuff.
Yeah. You kind of base the crawdads on the weather. You know, once that weather gets, when I say weather, I meant to say water. 50 degrees is kind of the benchmark that I base my lure choice around. You know, that doesn't mean you can't catch them at 45 degrees on a wigglewort. Don't trump me and try to say he's wrong. I'm speaking majority, not minority. But once it gets cold, pretty much the main thing, their main source of food is definitely shad. You know, that's what they're going to stock up on pretty much. If you were to get a bass to regurgitate anything from, you know, wintertime on, it's 100% shad. But I don't think we're at that point yet. You know, shad are always going to be a factor, but in my mind, the crawdad is what's going to prevail. And if you think about it, you got, what's his name, Steve Floyd in the back, and he's flipping a creature bait, call it crawdad. There's nothing that's black in the water, so he's throwing some. Oh, there we go.
No.
You can, if you look right there where he just got that bite, which is really cool, even though it was a small one, that was a trend. Look where that boulder, and then goes straight to pea gravel. That's key, guys. You see where he got that bite? One boulder and then pea gravel the rest of the way. Now, it could flip-flop. It could be, you know, instead of getting the bite on the boulder, if you look right over top his shoulder, the key could be pea gravel, that they're keying in on pea gravel. But the point is that he just got a bite, and I wish we could see his other fish catches, but that was definitely on a transition area where it went from that boulder to pea gravel. You can still see Rob I've seen him on every bank type that there is. You know, he's fishing a little drain here right now, which I feel that he should definitely
I didn't know that was a fish the whole time.
You had one?
Yeah, I just shook one off. That's funny. I had no idea. He was just swimming out there with it. No big deal.
What do you mean, no big deal? That is a big deal.
He's probably the same size as that one I just hooked.
We've all shaken off fish before, and you know, during the shake-off time of the year when you're shaking fish off, you're always like, yeah, that's a big one, or that's a small one. You know, Andrew just alluded to the fact that he probably was a little one. Well, I'm going to argue with you a little bit on that one, Andrew. There's no way you could truly know. It could have been a 5-pounder, and it could have been a 6-incher. But the point was, you got a bite, and right now sitting on 3, we've already mentioned every fish counts, and you know, sleeping on the job on that one is not a good thing at this point.
Have you thrown a swim bait at all?
No.
Rob Burns has found a little wind there.
Yep.
And there was a look from this morning. That was the big factor these anglers had to face before the tournament even started. There's a look at General Burnside Island State Park. Our takeoff points delayed the anglers 2 hours this morning. Our top 10 had to readjust their morning game plan, but eventually got to blast off. The majority ran down to the south. Andrew Upshaw getting that quick start. Started the morning on top and is still on top. More live action from Lake Cumberland and the Costa FLW Series Championship when we return.
Take your fishing to the next level with an FLW membership. You'll be eligible to fish FLW tournaments. Get issues of FLW Bass Fishing Magazine. Receive an FLW hat. 10% off FLW merchandise, and you'll be included in exclusive members-only giveaways. Plus, members gain access to World's Greatest Deals, where you'll save big with discounts on travel, shopping, dining, and more. Join today at flwfishing.com/membership.
I've been around fishing for 30 years, most of my adult life. So to be out here with these guys and seeing the new techniques they use and the new things they do, it's a privilege. It's a great opportunity for guys like me that never really got to get to this level, you know, that fish local or whatever, because we look at it, you know, people that really love the sport look at it just like somebody'd look at a football game or whatever. This is a great program for people who want to come out and see these guys perform. These guys fish at a high level, and it's really nice to come out here and watch them.
Welcome back to our final day coverage of the Costa FLW Series Championship on Lake Cumberland. Only 10 anglers are left of almost the 200 boat field that started this event 3 days ago. And Andrew Upshaw still on top, but a lot of anglers trying to do whatever they can to catch up. One of those anglers, Matt Hangrack, made the long run this morning all the way down to the dam. It was going to be a question of whether those smallmouth were going to be biting first thing this morning. He said that was a key component to both day one and day two. And so far we have them for 0 fish. But here's our first live look.
No, you're good. Oh, you're good. Uh-oh. Oh, it's all good. You didn't miss much. Actually, you didn't miss anything. Well, I got down here and it was basically what I thought it would be. I hit a couple stretches that had shade on it still. I kind of planned on fishing around on some of the stretches, but for some reason the stretch we're on now, I've caught 1 smallmouth and 2 really nice largemouth off of it. 1 on the crankbait and then 2 on the drop shot. The problem is during practice they'd run over and eat the drop shot, but for some reason over the past couple days, like, they ain't just like scared of it, they're like hateful towards it. Like they will leave like rapidly. And the only thing I can kind of figure out is this weird little morning sunrise color, robo worm, to get a few to bite, but it's like 1 in 10. But we're right here kind of in this stretch, and then around that next one there's you can see some of the wood that's kind of fallen off, and for some reason there's a population of largemouth here. I think probably because we're about halfway back in the creek. But it looks like 10:40, 12, it's 11:40 now, almost noon. Looks like my best bet might be, I've got a drop shot area that's got like a sunken dock or something in the middle of it in 40 foot, and they've been on that thing since like the very first day of practice. But they haven't been on it great the last 2 days. I think I've caught 2 off it each time and culled 3 of them out. But I mean, I think it's going to be tough. I mean, I think a lot of the crankers are going to have issues today.
I can see his elbow working pretty fast right there.
Yeah. Yeah, we talked about.
There's got to be like 1 or 2 up there still.
We talked about how fast Rob was working his crankbait, and I was curious to know how fast Matt was working his crankbait. But again, a lot of people use those 5-to-1 gear ratios, so he could be fishing in a lot faster. I mean, slower than perceiving what he's doing with his hands that we can see.
I just got first look at the color he's throwing.
I didn't catch that. What color was it?
It is red.
I shoot him on that fire red one, and then yesterday I caught him on a little bit more translucent color. I figured with the sun it might not give him as good a look about it.
First thing this morning, we announced that Matt was our Evinrude big mover, moving from 38th place all the way up to 3rd place to start the morning and make it into that top 10 to actually fish the final day here at this event. And there is 2 of his fish. This sums up how Matt's been fishing this week, though. He's been very versatile, which was one of your key components to the roadmap to victory, David. Catching a smallmouth, but also catching a very large spotted bass. That 2.5-pound spotted bass was much needed for him yesterday, and he's been actually catching a couple spotted bass every day that have made his limits.
Yeah, he's got a mixture of everything going, and you know, we alluded to the to the spotted bass being that fish, that little sneaky fish, that little one that might get you 1 more pound filling the limit. And it's pretty obvious he found some spotted bass that was way above the sneaky 1-pound spotted bass that you needed to find to help try to fill that limit. One thing I like what he is seeing he's doing, he's done changed his, switched out rods 3 or 4 times in the short period we've watched him, where a lot of the other anglers have just basically put 1 rod in their hand. It seems like he's trying to adapt and be a little bit more versatile, keeping himself honest in what he's throwing. So it's pretty cool to see. He's really the first angler that we've seen rotate through some rods in a very quick manner.
In really 2 days of live coverage.
Yeah.
Matt, no stranger to being in front of the cameras. He's the host of Bass Talk Live. He also hosted FLW Live here at the Polaris Studios for the Grand Lake Tour event. And then was an AFCO angler, filming all his tournaments on the Costa Series this year. And that was all published on the AFCO YouTube channel. So if you want to see some of his tournaments and preparation, you can head over there and check that out after this live feed today, of course.
If it's going to happen, cranking or doing this stuff, not just drop shot and structure, it'll happen between here and the next point.
You heard him just pretty much call what he thinks is going to happen. Anytime you get in that type of zone and you're that confident in what you see happening is letting me know how dialed in he is just in his particular area. You very rarely can you just do something like that all over the lake, but if you look at that bank right there, look right over top of his shoulder there. It's what you call table rock, and you can see.
About 10 more minutes in me with the crankbait, then it's going to be a drop shot deal. I caught a 3.25-pound spot yesterday, a couple nice largemouth, and oh yeah, that's a giant right there. Haven't been catching a bunch of small ones. First day of the tournament, I caught a bunch of small ones, and I only caught 2 cranking.
You can see the broken off table rock that has slid down that bluff wall.
I can't tell how big they are because they all put slack in it, and then you catch up to them, and it's not until you catch up to them that you can tell if they're a 3.5 or a 10-incher. I mean, that's the first fish of the day, though. I'm on them.
Man, just the way he's rotating through rods, I love it. I love it. He is absolutely being a lot more versatile in a short manner of time than I've seen any other angler this week. He went from, you can tell he's not wasting time. He's not doing, dabbling in a lot of things. He's being very sharp and crisp with what he's doing.
And that may be the reason he has brought in 3 different species each day of the tournament so far.
Yeah, very good point. Pretty much where he's at now, I would have to say would be, the spotted bass, out off that bluffy point.
Now look at Steve Floyd, guy that has one of our only anglers in the top 10 that's weighed in strictly largemouth.
And he talked about his early morning bite, and pretty much where he's at is a big flat in the back of the creek. And, those fish were probably fish that moved up overnight and were left over from the night. And, now the sun's up, we're mid part of the day, and you could tell it's definitely going to be a grind for him.
There's one net. Biggin.
Looks like that's Matt's cranking rod.
Yep.
Biggin. Stay down, stay down, stay down. Net him, net him. Boom! Yes! Oh my gosh. Wow. That's the biggest one I've caught all week right there. That's a 4.5. Holy cow. Good job. Now you get one. Wow.
Dude, that's a
wow.
Tank. That is a tank.
Wow. I gotta breathe. I gotta remember to breathe here. Look how pretty that fish is. That looks like a northern fish. All right, a couple more of those and we're good to go.
My man's adrenaline is flowing.
Holy cow. That might be 4 3/4. That's a big one.
He called it, Dudley. He said if that crankbait bite's going to work at all, this late in the morning, it was going to be down this stretch.
He was correct.
You know what? At this point, I've had to cut my net so many times. I mean, that Spro rock crawler, it's like I've got all the original wiggle warts and all that and weighted and suspended, but you can take that rock crawler and burn it. I'm going to be out of time if I don't find my scissors and just cut this thing out. Oh, yeah. That happened on the first day with the rough water. I told you, this is a stretch right here.
Yes, he did. Here's another look at that.
I like that wind, though.
Looks like you got a little corner, some timber right there.
There's one net. Biggin. Biggin. Stay down, stay down. Boom! That's the biggest one I've caught all week right there. That's a 4.5. Holy cow.
I still
job.
love the
Now you
fact
get
that
one.
he went straight from
Wow.
a spinning rod to a
Wow.
crankbait, you know, to back to the spinning rod to a crankbait to a jig, and you know his versatility right now is very strong right now. Very strong.
Only one fish in the boat so far, but definitely the right fish.
Usually, I mean, I'd have been out in the middle of the lake doing donuts around him. He just like came in. All right, one over there, bonus fish down here. I mean, I thought 12 pounds would be good today. Let's just catch 3 for 12. That's fine with me. Did I get through that whole segment without a curse word? Miracle. I mean, I don't curse a lot, but those smallmouth will make you like say things in foreign languages and reevaluate your life. Oh, made the run worthwhile. Even if I don't catch another one, I'm glad I came down here. Sun, sun, sun. I wonder if I can burn the rest of those pockets too now.
Listen to that. So he basically said made the run worth it. He definitely was contemplating not going all the way down there and just skipping over his crankbait bite.
What am I doing going in this thing while it's shaded? Why was he there and not anywhere else? What was different about that? A little bit of wood on it. Bluff rock. What was different about that?
It's so
Other
cool
than it was on my waypoint.
to hear him talking through the situation right now. I'm scoring him at an A+ right now in his thought process.
A happy camper. Good net job, by the way. That was perfect. Check out the hair. You got to show him the hair, dude.
The hair?
Look at that.
Yeah, my mane. Getting too hot for that thing.
One thing you got to keep in mind, when cold fronts do come, he was talking about shade versus the sun, and where he just caught that big smallmouth that catapulted him up the leaderboard was on a sunny, you know, where the sun was prevalent and like shining very strong at, and to see him, you know, catch one on the sunny side is proof that, you know, shade plays roles in whenever you're fishing, but sun when it starts to get cold, sun is a strong factor just as well as shade is. I was wondering when he's going. He's still living, bro.
It was definitely a late start for these anglers, but they jumped out and got quickly into some action, Dave. We've seen definitely more fish catches than we did yesterday so far. Here is Burns, started the day in second place and caught this through the first few minutes of pulling up to his first spot.
Studs being caught this morning.
I know.
Studs, smallmouth.
That'll work.
Yeah.
That'll start my day. Look at that chunker. Look at that fat.
And then here is number 2.
got one now. Net. Solid. He's a solid one. That's a largemouth. Well, he won't do. Oh, hold on. Let me just bring him back around. There you go. I got a largemouth. Solid. Thank you, sir.
That breeze behind him, Rob Burton's talking about when we were live with him that he's looking for that little bit of breeze, just that little bit of something extra on the water. And then Matt Pangrak catching this tank just moments ago.
Big one. Stay down, stay down, stay down. Net him, net him. Boom! Yes! Oh my gosh. Wow. That's the biggest one I've caught all week right there. That's a 4.5.
And then Steve Floyd starting the morning in 4th place.
Yeah, really low.
Very slow start, but look at, we can see, picked up something different.
That one.
And that, I believe, is keeper number 1 for him.
Yeah.
The
spotted bass.
This is what you're talking about. The spotted bass, sometimes they're useful to get some momentum going, to get that live well moving.
Yeah. That was a genuine smile, too, because he knows how hard it is to get a bit.
It's pretty tough today with the late start and the short day. So that fish, you know, if I can go into this drop shot spot in about 20 minutes here and catch me a couple more, I mean, I won't catch Andrew, but I mean, I've rolled into this drop shot spot and caught 12 inchers in it the very first day of practice, went back and checked it on the 3rd day, made 2 drops, caught a 292 spot and like a 315 smallmouth and left. I came back, I caught a 2 3/4 pound largemouth the first day out of there, and then yesterday I caught a 2 1/4 pound smallmouth that I culled out. He didn't fight. I figured he would fight. I saw him swim past and I was like, oh my gosh. There were a lot more fish on this bank. All right. So now the question is with that kicker, I'm just thinking of time-wise. I mean, this is not very time. I've only caught 2 each day doing this, and I thought I'd be able to catch 5. But that's basically the equivalent of catching 2 2-pounders. So we'll see if I can't crank another one up around this. We're going to hit this stretch and then we'll just idle into this cut over here on the right and spend 20 minutes dropping on them.
Dudley, what tends to be the mindset? You know, a lot of guys, they'll catch their limit and they'll be like, all right, I need a kicker. I need that bigger fish. But when you catch a fish like Matt for your first one, that could be definitely considered that kicker fish in your bag. Do you then go, I need to just fill out my limit as quickly as possible? Or do you all of a sudden start getting real greedy and go, holy cow, if I can't fill out my limit with a couple more of these, I'll be looking real nice?
Well, you know, that's a great question, but I'm going to have to answer it in two ways.
Got the wind on it. That's my only saving grace right now is that little bit of chop.
My choice in the championship would be, let's keep on grinding this crankbait out, you know, see if we can catch another 4, you know, there's no points. He's already made it to the championship. It doesn't matter if he finishes 2nd or 1st or 50th. It's no value in long term in this one. Now, ask me that same question 3 tournaments into the season. We got 4 more tournaments left. I'm going to go fill my limit out, make sure I get some valuable points towards Angler of the Year. Right now, he's thinking of just climbing up. It sounds like he's wanting to get that limit, which getting a limit is going to be extremely valuable in making that push towards a win. And he keeps saying, he's like, oh, I can't catch Andrew. Well, I hate to tell you, brother, but you got a good shot. You already got one kicker in. You continue on, you're going to be fine. See, he's coming up on the same scenario, little rocky point going into a gut. This next cast, watch.
This looks like a replay right now.
Right, this should be
The
money.
only thing I can figure out that the deal is on these stretches is it's not miles and miles of it on the bluff. If you look at like a lot of the other bluffs around here, you can see that defined break line where there's like that sand, shale, gravel mix. I can't catch him on that stuff. It's got to have that dark bluff rock going right into the water. And that leads me to believe, with it being 30 foot low, there's got to be another break line down there, probably around 10 to 14 feet. That's what those fish sit on and use as an ambush point. But, like anywhere there's a transition and there's just a little stretch of that bluff rock that goes into the water, that's the deal.
And with the lake being 30 foot low, that's one of the great advantages is that you can actually use your eyes more than the electronics to put together a pattern. Most time we're relying on.
Sometimes in practice too. I had one do that in the tournament. I'm sure I'll get short stringed.
We always rely on our electronics to find, if that water was up, he couldn't tell if it was black rock, brown rock, sand. He for the most part he can't see that. But with the water being 35 foot low, he's able to do that. And here's a look at where he's at again, down towards the southern end of the lake. Lade mentioned earlier that's where the majority of the people are at right now.
Like the drop shot kind of seems like giving up, but I've caught some of my bigger fish have come on it. It's just spot, and then all of a sudden, zzz, and it just. If I give myself 20 minutes to run that stuff, I bet you I can catch a couple doing that.
I really am shocked, Travis, that.
Like you would think you could just crank, for the next 2 hours, but it's like, I cranked for 7 hours the first day. Had 11 pounds and had to catch 2 spotted bass at the end to have a limit. And yesterday, two of them came on the drop shot too. Only 3 cranking.
You can hear the battle going on, and he's doing an excellent job of voicing that. The battle of when you're not getting many bites, you don't know. It's like you don't know what to do. Getting one bite it clues you in some, but to get a second bite doing something is really momentum. One bite typically doesn't lead to all the answers, but listening to him battle this in his head, what he should be throwing. He's battling the drop shot, he's battling it versus the crankbait, and to hear that going on is just really cool. Even though I know that's what's going on in his head, he's been voicing it, and that's what we talked about earlier, is when you're not getting many bites, how do you make decisions? How do you make decisions when you're not getting bit? It's hard to do. It's like, it's like the choice is not even there to be had because you don't have anything to make a choice of. And it feels like you're just aimlessly casting in a day when you're not getting bit. We got some great questions coming in on some of the chat rooms that we got going on. River Rat Outdoors asks, would you explain the crawdad molt of the full moon and color variations? That's a great question that he's come up with. But when you talk about color variations, I can't get too specific with that because color variations vary so much. If you're looking at clear water versus muddy water, a crawdad molting in muddy water is going to be different than a crawdad molting in clear water. It's hard to give you a great scenario on that, but we definitely, one thing that you are bringing a good idea about is the crawdad molt during the full moon. I can tell you that when any molting happens, whether you're a blue crab in the ocean, any crustacean, whether you're a lobster, a crab, a crawdad, the increase of smell is going to be one of the biggest indicators on that fish finding it. They're going to be soft, and that's probably when a lot of crawdads get eaten, is because of the molting stage. Great question. We got other questions coming in too, so make sure you chime in. We are reading your comments. We are looking at paying attention to what you're saying, and as tough as the fishing is now, there's a very good chance your question is going to get answered. What do you think, Travis?
Absolutely. Although the fishing's been a little bit better so far this morning, now that we only have our top 10 anglers, the guys that have really figured it out over the past 2 days, really putting it to the fish on this final day. And there's a look at our Lake Cumberland right there. Some anglers really spread out throughout the lake here. Matt making that long run down to the southern end of the lake, throwing that crankbait. Those large smallmouth that he's been catching first thing in the morning have been the key to his quality size bags. And then Steve Floyd catching largemouth all the way up towards the north end of Lake Cumberland, way in the back, working that flipping bite. And let's take a look now at the unofficial leaderboard. Andrew Upshaw started the morning in first place. And just for a brief moment, Rob Burns caught that first fish of the morning, took over the lead, but then Andrew Upshaw went back to business as usual, put 3 in the boat, and I think is feeling very comfortable right now with what he's doing. That's a good sign.
Looking at that leaderboard, he ain't sitting far behind him. One more keeper. Rob done made this an interesting, event. It's not as many fish being caught right now, but daggone. He's done put a third one in the boat since we highlighted it there.
Yep.
And Andrew Upshaw, if he could be looking at this leaderboard, watching Rob get momentum in there behind him is going to be an interesting, deal. There's a lot of guys talking on the chat room about being colorblind. And so I'm going to dispel something to you. I am actually colorblind myself, and it's a good thing they label the packages what color they are. But we'll talk about more of that when we come back.
I'm going to want to hear more about that because there's going to be a lot to learn from there. Anyway, guys, we'll be back on Lake Cumberland with more action from the Costa FLW Series Champion. Don't go anywhere.
I've been around fishing for 30 years, most of my adult life. So to be out here with these guys and seeing the new techniques they use and the new things they do, it's a privilege. It's a great opportunity for guys like me that never really got to get to this level, that fish local or whatever, because we look at it, people that really love the sport look at it just like somebody would look at a football game or whatever. This is a great program for people who want to come out and see these guys perform. These guys fish at a high level, and it's really nice to come out here and watch them.
God, there'd be a fish here somewhere.
Lowrance. Find, navigate, dominate. Real Tree Fishing, the official pattern of FLW. Power Bow, swift, silent, secure. Mercury Marine, go boldly. Triton Boats, the driving force of performance fishing. And by Nitro, performance fishing boats.
Still chasing the wind, Rob Burns burning that crankbait down the bank.
That's a good thought. He is, man. He's just, you know, he's gaining momentum. And one thing, if you noticed, he laid mention. He turned around. He had just caught a really nice fish, his first fish, on a calm bank. He turned around and he goes, you know what? I need wind, and that wind is blowing on that whatever side of the lake he's on right now. And he has caught 2 fish in the last little bit, so that's a scary thing to see the momentum headed that way. Oh, darn, I thought he done laid into one. He did the back step with the crankbait.
And a big contrast in fishing styles, even though both throwing crankbaits, Rob Burns and Matt Pangrack. Rob Burns, he's not picking anything else up. He has really leaned hard on that crankbait, and it's paid off for him.
Yeah.
Where Matt is trying to take advantage of some of those bigger opportunities with the crankbait, but making sure he's mixing in some other techniques as well as he goes down that bank.
And it's interesting, you know, looking at the 2 different styles of crankbaits. So you got one guy who's throwing a wiggle wart, which has its limits of how deep it can go. And you got Matt throwing a rock crawler that, you know, it's a bait that can go a little bit deeper. And both of them think that they have the depth zone dialed in, but yet doing 2 different completely things. I always think that's so interesting how we as anglers think we're dialed in and we're like, this is what you need to do. And yet the guy that's coming in behind you is doing something different and catching, you know, a totally different fish. It cracks me up, man. You come in and you're like, man, I caught him on green pumpkin with blue flake today. I tried green pumpkin, but they wouldn't bite it. It had to have that blue flake in it. And then the next guy has a big bag and you're like, oh, how'd you do today? Oh, I had 18 pounds today. Oh, man, what'd you catch him on? I caught him on a June bug worm. And you're like, you're sitting there in your head. It's the same fish, you know, most of the time wherever we're fishing. It's the same fish. It's a choice of what you want to catch them on. But it's always interesting to watch these live videos, live footage, and see the contrast of what people are doing and how they think they can catch them.
Dudley, we were talking a little bit in the beginning of the break because you brought up a point about the color selection and getting to watch you on live many times, getting to talk to you a whole lot, and obviously your success you've had. Nobody analyzes things more than you do, and that's what bass fishing is all this, making your educated guesses, making those predictions, trying to lay out a game plan. But it's absolutely amazing talking to you and hearing how simple you've made a lot of the elements that a lot of these anglers tend to overthink. One of those things I learned at dinner last night, how many variations of rods do you have in your boat?
3 different rods I pretty much have banked my whole career on 3 different rods, and that being a 7.2 medium heavy bait caster, a 7.2 medium heavy spinning rod, and a 7'11" heavy action rod. Those 3 rods have pretty much won $4 million for me. And actually, we have the series coming out this year. I've been with Proficiency Rods. You can check them out at proficiencyrods.com, and where I've developed those 3 rods, and they're available. Actually, you can get them now available right now, the exact rod that I use, all for under $75. I just won Angler of the Year on a rod under $75. So keeping it simple is what I'm about, pretty much.
And then you talked about color selection. I would say 90% of the time, are you using just a couple different colors?
Yeah, I've always said this. I like to throw green pumpkin or watermelon colors like when it's sunny outside, and then like if it turns cloudy outside, sometimes I switch to green pumpkin or watermelon. And then if it's raining outside, I'll try green pumpkin or watermelon. And if it's snowing outside, I'll try green pumpkin or watermelon. So you get the point. I kind of try to keep it very basic. And I think that's a smart thing to do as an angler. I wouldn't do it if I didn't think so. It cuts down on the confusion of your mind throughout the day. Do I need root beer green color, or do I need this? But it's simplifying it to the fact that I know I got confidence in those 2 colors, and they're widely accepted all over the United States.
Amazing insight from a very successful angler on the FLW Tour. 4 Angler of the Year titles under your belts, including the 2019 Angler of the Year. Also a former FLW Cup champion. And like you said, nearly $4 million in earnings. I would imagine people would benefit listening to what you are putting down.
Yeah, a lot of this info that I'm talking about, you can actually find it on my YouTube channel. I actually do videos where I talk about in-depth things like I'm talking about. It's a little bit more than just a lot of fishing videos. I feel, I know what's boring and I know what it needs to be seen. So I do a lot of fishing hacks, fishing tips. I do videos where you can actually go back and watch me win Angler of the Year. And when I say that starting from San Rayburn, I documented and did videos on practice, videos on day 1, day 2, day 3 if I advanced. And those videos, if you truly go back and watch them, I try to really tell you what's going through my head through these videos. So the YouTube world has been a fun opportunity for me to give my kids something to watch. Not only when I die, they can have videos to watch, later on in life, but excuse me. But even for me to go back and watch for myself, and it's been a fun journey with this YouTube. And if you want to check me out, it's David Dudley Outdoors. Pretty simple. If you can remember my name, check me out. Hit that subscribe button, and we'll all learn and together, really. And I read all the comments that you guys make. It's been a fun journey.
Now 12:30 for these anglers right now. They're definitely on the downward side of the day, of the final day of this championship. If you're some of these anglers sitting around 2 or 3 fish right now, little more than 3 hours, actually less than 3 hours for some of these guys because of the long run they have. At what point do you try to really maybe slow down and try to get those spotted bass like we've talked about a little bit over the last couple days?
You know, after watching how these guys are fishing, I think they've taken the mindset that I'm in the championship. Oh, Lordy. Right now, you know, I don't think spotted bass are in their mind. You're in the top 10, you're in the championship round. Even though it's a tough tournament, I think that most of these guys have adopted the thought of, you know, I need to swing for the fences, like they say, you know. And I think that's, so if any of these guys can catch another key fish, as we can see right now.
Biggin.
What?
Good.
There we go.
Giant. Good job, Andrew.
I couldn't get it out of my mouth anymore. Perfect.
It's a game changer right there, buddy.
There we go. Number 5.
Wow.
I don't know if that's a game changer. I think that's right along with Andrew's game plan right there. He has just been extremely consistent, now extending that to 3 days.
I knew there'd be one on that rock.
That's dialed in when he said, I knew it would be one on that rock. And you can see that table rock that slides into the water. If I had to guess, that different rock there was where he was at.
It's another 4-pounder.
Pretty close. Whew.
That was a great fish, Andrew.
And, you know, I know it's something simple you're looking at, but him retying, you know, so often
I don't know it will.
we forget that.
He's broke off some key fish over the last 2 days.
Will I? No idea, huh? So basically,
we've got a little bit of breeze coming through. We might have a little bite window going on because while Andrew Upshaw just stuck that quality smallmouth, Matt Paingrack also hooked up.
It's like watching a fight go on. You
Come
know?
on, baby. Stay on. Don't jump, don't jump, don't jump. He's coming this way. Big smallie. Big smallie. Big smallie.
Oh, and he's got a spinning rod in his hand.
Mm-hmm.
No, no, no!
Oh,
wow.
Gosh. That is a tank.
No, no, no!
Oh, my heart
Okay, I
is
got through
aching.
2. Here he comes. Get him in. Get him in the net. Please get him in. No, no, no. You got him. Yes!
That's awesome.
That was a great angle. We don't normally see the camera
smallies
angle
came
from
back.
the front there.
The smallies came back. That's another 3.5. I want to kiss him, but I don't want to be like Jimmy Houston. I'm like, it's on the branch, it's on the branch. No, that's a big smallie.
And I think he's finally made it over to that spot he was talking about.
I mean, at what point are you allowed to celebrate? I don't know. Like, it's 2 fish, but I mean, let's get real here. That's 2 pretty cool fish.
Quality fish, but now let's go back to Upshaw.
Biggin.
This is another replay of that fish he just caught.
There we go.
again, this is like an MMA fight. You know, you're like, bam, bam, bam. And then he fires back with his punch. And this is a cool scenario going on between these two guys right now. Even though Matt is a little bit further back, you know, he's got two pretty much kickers in the live well of what you need. And, you know, we're a little bit over halfway. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
He's coming up with the whole dang brush pile. I don't know what to do here. What do I have? It was definitely a fish. I don't know what it is. There might be a fish attached to this. Or I might have just pulled up the entire tree. There's no fish attached to it, and I just pulled up the entire tree. And rope and all sorts of stuff. There was a fish. I mean, I definitely had a bite. For 7-pound sunline, that stuff holds pretty good.
Now, Matt is about 10 pounds behind Upshaw.
Since that section's sinking back down.
But Upshaw filled out his limit. So he's got less room to add to that with 5 fish in there, where Matt Pangrac right now still has 3 fish to put in that live well. He's got 2 quality fish in there so far. You know, having a 3-pound average to make up that gap isn't all that tough. I mean, isn't asking too much of Matt because he's really around quality fish.
It could no doubt it could happen.
Let's just hope he didn't disturb too much down there when he just pulled up the whole ecosystem.
Yeah, I thought he laid mention to a where he had some type of boat or maybe a dock that had sunken in right there. Not really sure what he had. Oh, it looked like it didn't matter.
Nah.
And what are we looking at there? Is that a mud line? Is that
no,
a
that's
shade?
a shade.
Big spot. Don't just get the net. Screw the pole. Get the net. Just net him with the pole. Thank you. Oh, that's a largemouth. No! No!
Why are you upset about that?
That's not a 15-incher.
Oh.
Please be 15. You look long and lean.
Dude, he's long.
You're 14 and a half all day. Why are you a largemouth? What is wrong with you?
So that's three bites he's had so far on that spot.
He needs to get back on top of that real quick. I don't know why he's not spot locking it. Because the second he's back
for
up.
Sure, that was a big spot.
You know, seeing him catch a few we just watched, things could heat up, Travis. I mean, it looks like the bite is picking up, and you know, anybody in the top 5 right now, I think has a chance. And you know, Rob, you know,
There
he's
we go.
and
Big
here
and
we go, just as I
giant.
say it.
Speaking of things heating up, you're looking at Rob Burns
Oh, you
hooked up with fish number 4 right now.
He's coming like a rocket ship at us.
And what'll be the 4th fish that we've seen in, I think, the last 10 minutes?
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's a good one, dude.
Dude, he's already calling. That's a big one. We didn't even hear him say that
All
earlier.
right, don't do anything crazy, you crazy bad. No, don't be running. Stay down. God dang it. There's a big film. He's coming there. Well, oh my God, he's barely hooked. Yes, sir.
Daddy.
Thank you. Boom. Now that's a smallmouth bass.
Oh, Lordy.
That's a giant.
How big it?
Yes. I like smallmouth. He jumped 4 feet out of the water out there. All right, one more. Oh, good Lord. Will you hand me a pliers and a Valium, please?
Watch your boat, though.
Ah, the boat can be replaced. Yeah, nice one. Not that big. He's a 3+, though. I'll take him.
Yeah.
It's a giant if you're not a very good fisherman like me. I don't catch all them big fish like these guys.
If you don't have a limit, a 1-pounder's a giant. So definitely being over 3, that's a giant.
Yes.
We've got Upshaw unofficially with 14 pounds, 12 ounces today.
That's a pretty good start.
No one else in the field has a limit yet.
That's why he's sitting in number 1. Can't get any more argument than that.
He told me last night his family is on their way down. They were driving through the night tonight to try to be there around 10 a.m. today. This right here is a similar look to what we saw him do at Cherokee. Really close up to the bank here, but he was throwing a little Ned rig to these smallies that had moved up into these crevices and everything and were spawning. He was wearing a little bit more of a warmer, some shorts and sandals. He definitely was dressed differently and throwing a different bait. But he's definitely had success this year targeting the smallmouth. And almost 1,200 miles of shoreline. And we've actually got Rob Burns and Andrew Upshaw fishing pretty close to each other.
Yeah, they are. And if you look at the map, you got 2 major tributaries coming in, but yet they're on the main lake, which the tributaries are going to be a feeder system, for that part of the lake. So their choice is a pretty good choice to be doing where they're at.
Come on, dude, one more. One more. Keep it cranking, keep it cranking. Keep it going.
Oh, you're fine.
That last one was 3.
Solid 3.
Yeah. He was a little skinny. He was long, but he was a little skinny.
He's a mean son of a gun.
They're all mean. He jumped, I mean, he was like, jumped about my eyeball level, it seemed. I felt pretty good that I was going to get him after he made that big jump and stayed on, though. Yes, sir. What's that? Well, 3. Go. That felt like a bite. We got a 3. The first one was 3.5, don't you think? And the largemouth's got to be 2 1/4. Or 2, anyway.
A little over 2, but somewhere in that ballpark.
6.5, 8.5.
8.5, 9 pounds, somewhere in that ballpark.
Now I got 6.5 on 2. Largemouth 8.5. I've probably got 10. 10 to 11. That smallmouth was, that 15-incher was awful skinny. I would say that the 3 bigger ones conservatively weigh 8.5.
I didn't mean to throw that far out there.
Hey, don't.
I know. I just
Don't worry about it. I don't worry about it. You need to fish, and don't.
Quit worrying about it.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I'm not going to get. I promise. I tell people all the time I might be a dumbass, but I'm not an asshole. Well.
Wow, Dudley, things really starting to heat up for the anglers. We've already seen more fish catches in the last 15 minutes than we saw all day yesterday on live. We've still got another hour left of live coverage on Lake Cumberland for this championship event. 10 anglers left battling it out, and I still can't figure out who it is. Andrew Upshaw did everything he needed to do, but some of these other anglers like Burns and Pangrak have both done some things that they needed. They needed some big quality fish later in the day, and they've come up with that so far. So they're going to have a shot at trying to gain some ground when we come back from this short break. But also during the break, we have a special little treat for everyone. We're going to have a little YouTube video from David Dudley Outdoors. You're a very successful channel you started a year ago. If you guys have not subscribed, make sure you do so. But right now, we're going to learn about choosing the right plastic swim bait.
Yep. It's something simple, but it's something I thought that everybody needed to know. And it's hopefully they'll learn a little bit from this also.
David Dudley Outdoors on YouTube. If you don't know, now you know. We will see you in a little bit.
All right, guys, welcome to the Tackle Dungeon, where we're going to be talking about tackle. And today's subject is going to be, how do you choose the right swim bait? And part of this discussion is not necessarily going to be brand. It's not necessarily going to be this one does better than this one. This is going to be just letting you know what to look for before you even buy a swim bait. What irritates me, what is like my pet peeve when it comes to selecting a swim bait, whether you're bass fishing, you're a saltwater fisherman. I'm just going to warn you about a few things, and this will help narrow down your search when you are looking for a swim bait, because you can eliminate a lot of products right off the giddy just by one simple suggestion to you. So we know that swim baits are just taken over the fishing world. Like, we've gotten smart with our boot tail swim baits. We've gotten smarter with our plastics, whether they're soft or hard. We've gotten smarter with our swim baits because of color selection, movement, jig heads. You know, everything has come together as one in the swim bait world. And this is more of plastic swim baits, not like glide baits or anything like that. So let's get started. Number one thing I want you guys to take in consideration is the packaging that the swim baits come in. And yes, it plays a huge role. One of the best things I can suggest to you in fishing is always have confidence in your baits that you're using. And part of having confidence in the bait that I'm using is being able to pull that bait out of a package and know that it's tried and it'll be in the same shape, same form, same everything. So here we go. Let's talk about just a Ziploc, Ziploc bag, right? Plain old Ziploc. Now I'm going to pull these out, and I haven't done anything. This is just how you buy it, right? So a Ziploc bag versus, say, a clamshell. So don't trump me and say that I've been using these swim baits all the time and I catch them even though they come out of bag. I'm not going to deny that you can get some, but we're going to take these out one by one, and I'm going to let you see for yourself. And I'm not knocking, certain companies. This is just something that I grabbed. So right off the giddy, you tell me that leg is jacked and to the right, okay? So that's one. Look at that. It is flattened out. So the boot should be like this, right? It should be like this. That boot had gotten smashed in packaging, or I don't even know where. It is like totally, good gosh. It's almost reversed backwards. That's two. I'm just going to pull them all out just to save time. Okay, flattened out. Pulling to the right, pulling to the left. Hey, I got one kind of in halfway decent shape. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I got 1 out of 6 that I would maybe consider throwing. Now, guys, I'm emphasizing this because I want you to understand the importance of this, is that if you're fishing for 100,000, whether you're fishing for your club tournament, I don't care what you're fishing, just fishing in general. Fishing is about catching fish, and it's about not having faulty equipment. Now, let's talk about clam packaging. Clam packaging says, hey, every one of these are going to be perfect. Now, granted, if I'm looking for a swim bait, number one choice, if you see where I'm going, it's got to be a clam package, right? So a clam package is this. It's going to be, it's its own casing, its own molding, And as you can see, you have molded. These tails aren't going to be out of shape right out of the package. Perfect. And I will tell you this. I've just started throwing these. These are the power bait version of a boot tail swimmer. And I have had some incredible success with this. If at first feel, when I first felt them, I'm just going to be honest, that it was kind of stiff, and I was like, I don't know about a stiff piece of plastic. But as you can tell, I can't even hold that tail straight. I mean, still, like I'm trying to. This bait right here, you can catch, I don't know, whatever. Just say you can catch 20 on it. Okay, you can catch 20 bass if you have the right jig head on one bait. There's other baits out there after 3 or 4 fish. It's toast. You could even jerk and miss a fish. But anyways, I've had success with these. But basically what I'm getting at is clam packaging. Anything that has movement. So again, we got clam packaging. This is that rage tail. A lot of baits, most baits now, if they have movement to them and they come in just a Ziploc bag and they have movement, it's a turn off. Immediately a turn off, because in the box they're going to get smashed. They're going to get pressed in a wrong position. You pull it out and you're going to look at it and you're going to be like, it's got a crooked tail, or say for a big 10-inch worm, the ribbon got folded over and mashed and it doesn't work. Guys, clam shells are my confidence baits. And most companies that take care of their plastics have gone to the clam shells. Now, yes, we know that a lot of straight plastics come in Ziploc. Straight plastics, guys, who cares? It's really not about movement. It's okay to have them in straight tail worms, Cincos, just anything to that general style of bait is what I'm telling you. Whether you're throwing little drop shot worms, most of those are straight tail, don't have much movement. So you get the point, guys. When you're selecting swim baits, please consider extremely hard the clamshell packages, the people that put them in clamshells. I don't own any swim baits in my boat that doesn't come in a clamshell, simply because this was 1 out of 6 that I would have maybe considered using. I'm not going to waste cast. If I don't have confidence that my boot tail is moving like this, I can't fish correctly. I can't fish what I need to do. Just irritates me. Guys, I hope you enjoyed this quick tackle dungeon suggestion. Tackle dungeon, to where you can learn, if you're shopping, to not waste money, to save money. Hope you learned a lot. Guys, if you're new to the channel, go back and surf the channel. I really do appreciate you guys hitting that sub button. And I say we have grown a lot in this first year. I think we've grown 15,000 subscribers in my first year. Thanks to you guys. Hopefully we can grow that. Share these videos if you like them. And I'm giving you the Dudley outro. So.
So all one down there?
Yeah. Panoptics. You see that?
Yeah, I don't eat it.
I don't know. That was really weird. Don't matter now. I think I had one eat it. I don't know. Dang it. Really?
Take your fishing to the next level with an FLW membership. You'll be eligible to fish FLW tournaments, get issues of FLW Bass Fishing Magazine, receive an FLW hat, 10% off FLW merchandise, and you'll be included in exclusive members-only giveaways. Plus, members gain access to World's Greatest Deals, where you'll save big with discounts on travel, shopping, dining, and more. Join today at flwfishing.com/membership.
And welcome back to our final day coverage here on Lake Cumberland. We got a late start to the morning because of a fog delay. But in the last segment of live, these anglers really made up for lost time. Starting with Rob Burns here, began the morning in second place. And he's been leaning hard on that crankbait bite now all 3 days. And this was the last smallmouth he caught, which was his fourth fish in the boat so far.
Oh, that's a good one, dude.
And he's still got a lot of room to improve. He said that fourth fish put him up around the 11-pound, maybe 11.5-pound mark. And, you know, he fill out his limit with another kicker, you know, like something similar to this one. He could, even though Andrew's got a good lead, he has to catch some quality fish to upgrade. And Rob right here is, you know, one away from his limit. So he can improve big time. He catch one big kicker, and it's big time change in the leaderboard.
That's a smallmouth bass.
Then you got Mr. Consistency here, just staying with that jig, putting the jig in his hand, and covering a lot of water. He has made note to the fact that he's just flipping the jig. He's not casting it and working it. He's targeting a certain zone on these bluffs, and he's just steady, flipping a jig, picking off those aggressive fish, but in a slow manner. Now we got Matt, he's got a couple key areas. He's landed 2 very good quality fish already, and think about it, Travis. He could be a huge threat. You know, he's down there in the southern end, and he's got 2 giant smallmouth already. He filled the rest of his limit in with another key smallmouth. He could shake this leaderboard up also.
Well, Dudley, listen to this. He's got 2 fish. We have him at 8 pounds, 4 ounces unofficially.
Gosh. Yeah, you're looking at possibly a 20-pound limit, you know. Not to say he would or wouldn't, but, here's a look at Andrew Upshaw. Again, we made note to the fact that he's flipping a jig. He's not sitting out off the bank casting. He knows what depth zone they're in, and he's just covering a lot of water, just steady, flipping a jig to the rocks. And he's reading those rocks. Like, it may look like he's just leisurely flipping, but watch his head, okay? Watch his head. Watch when he gets his flip in, he's already looking for it. Look, see that? You see that peak around to the right? Look, look. He's already reading where his next 3 or 4 casts is. And that is, you know, when you talk about time consumption in a day, not being able to know when to fish, where to fish your lure at, and what opportunities you have in front of you, that is one of the biggest things in that you can use to your utilization. Not only is he looking ahead, but he's looking down in front of him with his unit. You know, chess is, if anybody knows the game of chess, chess is a game where you have to stay 4 or 5 steps ahead, right? So you're looking at the move in front of you, but you have to think 4 or 5 moves in front of the move that you're making at that moment. And that's why fishing to me relates so much like the game of chess. It's a excuse me. It's a game where you're constantly 4 or 5 moves ahead, and just watching the way he's fishing. He's looking ahead. He's making efficient casts, and where he needs to stay longer, soak his jig longer, or just let it fall. If he's there, he's there. If he's not, he's not. And he's not giving it much time. Like I said, you can kind of look ahead. See how he just threw, see that rock that sticks out a lot further? I mean, that's kind of a no-brainer, right, guys? I mean, if he kept that camera there, I could probably call his next shot. But if you're looking tightly there, you see how that one rock jetted out a lot deeper? That right there is what would be a good cast. Let's watch his head. Watch his head on this one. All right, he's done. He's done. He instantly, he already knew where that next, man. If we could just stay on his head, I could get, you know, a lot better. But you can see him, he's looking at his line. Look, see that turn of the head? Look, look. There he is. He's already 3 steps ahead. See him there? He already knew what he was doing and where he was going at. That's what I'm talking about in the world of fishing. You know, you can either go through the motions, right? You can go through the motions of just pitching and just throwing at whatever, or you can pay attention to where that queen is at. You can pay attention to where that pawn is at and know what you need to do to get that next move in that your opponent don't know of. Same thing it is with fishing. I know you guys are sitting there thinking, Dudley is going off, talking, playing the game of chess and fishing. You're wacko. See, that was him checking his depth, looking at the bluff, and looking for it. He did 3 things: depth. Look at him. See him allowing. And what you just saw right there, he looked at his depth finder. Look, he's like, man, my jig ain't hitting the bottom. He tried to extend that cast and make it useful in the manner. Look at him. He's like a machine right now. Depth, look, and now he's going to look for his next cast. He's watching his line. Once he starts to move it, and watch his head peek ahead. You watch. There's the turn. There it was. He already, look, there's the turn of the head.
We got just under an hour left of live coverage here on Lake Cumberland, but these anglers are going to have another hour and 30 minutes to fish once we're done with our coverage. But then we're going to be picking it back up on FLWfishing.com at 4 o'clock to watch the weigh-in, to watch these anglers bring in their 5 largest bass across the scales with Chris Jones, legendary weighmaster. He always puts on a fantastic show. For anybody in the general area, head over to General Burnside Island State Park to watch the crowning of the Costa FLW Series champion for 2019. It's looking a lot like it's going to be the guy on the screen right now.
Hey, man, don't be saying that yet. As much as I'd like to see this game get shaken up, they still got an hour and a half. And we've said in the fall of the year, right? In the fall, the afternoon is what we call the afternoon delight. And as you see played out already, the higher the sun has gotten, the more fish we've seen get caught. So, I don't know. I mean, you still got Rob back there with, 4 fish in a live well. Yeah. He can make a big move. You got Matt back there that can make a big move. He's still got 3. So,
I've fished coastas for quite a while now, and I've never won a coasta. I've come close a lot of times. I've had quite a few top 10s and led quite a few different times, and it'd be pretty awesome to win one. And to win the championship is just the mecca of it, because you're bringing the best out of every division into one place and letting them square off, which is pretty awesome. I've always wanted to, I love this lake anyway. It's near and dear to my heart, and I love catching smallmouth, so to be able to do it, doing something I really enjoyed doing, is just kind of makes it all that much more worth it. No, but the thing is winning any tournament is hard. I don't care what tournament it is. I don't care if it's a BFL or a Costa or a tour event or the Forcewood Cup. I mean, nothing comes easy out here. You got to outwork people, outthink people, and then at the end of the day, you got to get a little lucky too and catch fish, and when you get the bites, land them, and there's a lot of variables that can change the outcome of fishing, and Dudley, I know you can attest to that. I mean, if you aren't using the right size line for the given situation or the right exact bait, whether or not they eat it the right way, I mean, it could be just a number of different little things that could keep you from winning something. And this week in particular, I've really tried to focus on how to eliminate some of those variables. By going, I was using 12-pound line early in the week, and I just realized how big these fish were, and the amount of cover I was fishing around, so I figured I'd be breaking off a ton with 12, so I went up to 15, and I think that was a strategic move. I went up a power of rod just so I could make sure I got the hook set well. It's just little things like that kind of prepare you to win, but, ultimately, it's really not up to us. If it's my time to win, it is, or if it's Rob Burns' time to win, it's his time, or Pangrak, any of those guys, they're all, they're friends of mine, and, I'd love to see them win it too. I'd really like to win it, and, my family drove down, my wife and my son Kane, my mom and dad came down, they're all here, and I didn't even know they were coming. I imagine they're already here by now, but, to be able to win with the people you love that surround you, that makes winning that much more special. So, I told my wife at the beginning of the week, though, I told her that, after the first day, I said, I'm going to have a pretty legit chance at this thing, I think. And she's, and she knows, she's been around the game for a long time now. She knows how variables can change things, whether it was weather like the cold front we had, fishing pressure, whatever it may be, but the outlook of it, I could kind of tell that things were lining up to make this bite kind of go off a little bit, because this is, post-frontal conditions, the number one way that I've ever figured out how to catch them is fishing bluffs and fishing steep cover to where they can move up and down in that water column. And You know, the other variable that I saw is, you know, about the second or third day of practice, I saw most of the bait fish in the lake were out in the middle of the lake. You know, there are some bait in the backs of pockets, but the bait hasn't migrated back there. And that's pretty unusual that the bait's not back there. And I think part of that is the water's still fairly warm on the main lake, and it hasn't pushed them off into the backs of the pockets yet. And so, you know, it just, everything lined up this week to make this bite pretty good for me, and pretty thankful that FLW gave me the opportunity to fish this event and fish the Costas, and hopefully we can pull this one out.
I'm going to say his chances are extremely well, but I'm not going to say it can't be done by anybody else, as you heard me mention before. But he is definitely confident in that the stars are lining up for this technique, and particularly in what he's doing. That's a great look right there at seeing how that bluff goes in and out. You got veins, you got look at the little shady pockets right there. You see how the shady pocket he's coming up on right there? That is a fabulous view of being able to get overall. Drones sure have changed the outlook on things, and given a perspective in the whole world, whether you're a photographer, the outdoors, or just in fishing in general. Yeah, and but just to be able to see the difference in the bank contour right there is very critical. I made mention to him looking ahead, and looking ahead to see what's available in front of you gives you time to soak your jig even more, or soak your jig even less. You know, a lot of times when you make a cast and you don't have nothing available in front of you, you'll let it drag a little bit longer than you would if you have a pretty looking thing ahead of you. But that kind of sounded bad, didn't it, Travis? Pretty looking little thing there in front of you. But either way, you're looking at each cast. So where would your next cast be? Surely it's going to be right in that little nipple pocket right there. Yeah, it's going to be right there. And you got another vein coming in down here, like a little black vein, and a lot of times pea gravel will be stacked up underneath that vein, so they'll be right there for set up to ambush. So if he's zooming in now, guys, you look. Where's his next pitch coming? Huh? Look at his boat. Look where he's set up, and here we go. All right, odds are, he's already at the crack. Yep. Mm-hmm. Pretty cool looking bluff too. He's got shade. He's got the sun and warmth.
Right over, like wedged in a crease in a rock.
And he's even giving it to us.
Or something. Come on.
This is, if any of y'all have followed fishing for a long time, you know Andy Morgan is one of the best to ever put a rod and a reel in his hand. And Andy is probably the godfather to flipping bluffs like this. he has won and taken so much money doing what Andrew's doing right now. And if Andy was in this tournament, I don't have to say it would be tit for tat right now, doing this technique this time of year, and he's one of the best there is at this game. There's another cool shot. Look straight up ahead. See that outcropping of rocks, and then you got another isolated rock. I can look 3 or 4 casts up there ahead already, knowing that the potential is going to be there. Right in front of his boat right now is like a high percentage spot. And if you look up above him, you got just a gradual slope, you know, and you can see 2 points of gravel coming out, and then it goes to a straight gravel bank. So I'm looking at 4 casts right now above him that has the potential to put this thing away. And it's where the bluff is ending at. All right, so if you look at this shot right there, it's actually where the bluff is ending at. So you look to it way in front of him, you see how it fades out into that pea gravel, but he's sitting on the bluff, the actual bluff corner, and the overall bluff corner, and you can see where it fades into that pea gravel to the right of him. That next 75 yards is going to be ideal, in which I would consider would be a very high strike zone right there.
All right, Dudley, we now officially have our second angler with a full limit, and that's Rob Burns.
That's what I'm talking about, Travis.
Just put that 5th fish in the boat. He has now hit 40 pounds, 11 ounces. So unofficial leaderboard, and we always stress this is a very unofficial leaderboard. These are just guesses from the camera boats following them. But we have Rob Burns about 4 pounds behind Andrew Upshaw. But Rob has a couple little ones. He has some quality fish in that live well right now, but he has a couple little squeakers too that he catches. He fills that out with some quality bass. He can really make up some ground on Andrew.
Absolutely. You know, he's done extremely well to have a limit already, and he's still got a lot of time left. Same thing is with Andrew. He's got time to upgrade, but Andrew's got a really solid limit right now. It's going to take some really big fish to keep, pushing his weight to the mark that he needs it at. And now you got Rob just slowly ticking away at him. And you're liable to see that happen here in the next hour and a half.
And he's slowly ticking away at that leaderboard by quickly burning a crankbait. And the good news for Rob is that he already has 5 fish in this short amount of time they've been able to fish today. That means that bite's happening for him. And then we've got that windy banks and stuff, and he's not fishing just an area. He's definitely fishing a pattern. And so the more time this guy has to keep running that, the more he's just going to be able to keep upgrading.
Absolutely.
And our third angler that we've really had in the conversation of having a shot at winning this is in the right-hand screen right now, Matt Pangrag. And he's only got 2 fish. He's 10 pounds unofficially behind Upshaw, but those 2 fish right now combined for over 8 pounds. So he's definitely figured out how to catch these bigger fish. It's more of a matter of him just filling out that live well, and he made.
So let's look at this. So really, if he's only got 2 in the live well, we've had a 17-pound bag come in the first day. Thrift had a 16, 11-pound. You know, basically the 2 biggest bags this week have been 17-pound bags. Now he's 10 pounds behind with 3 fish, catching 3 smallmouth in the next hour and a half that weigh 10 pounds. Oh yeah, that's extremely possible. So, you know, Matt, of all people, you know, he could be a big threat, you know, and he got the wind, the fish are biting right now, you know. I'm not going to count him out either. I know the rest of the leaderboard there behind him are struggling a little bit, but, you know, with him sitting in with 2 4-pound plus large smallmouth in the boat with 3 to go, and technically Rob's got 2 to go. He's got a 2-pounder. I think he's got 2 floating around the 2-pound range. So he's got 2 more to go. He's got 3. Matt's got 3 more to go. And this could be a dramatic finish towards the end of the day.
Absolutely. And just a reminder, once we finish our live coverage at 2 o'clock Eastern, we will be picking back up on justflwfishing.com and throwing that over to Chris Jones, who will be weighing in the 10 boaters and 10 co-anglers and then crowning a champion here at this Lake Cumberland event. And this is a good time to thank our host, David, Somerset Tourist and Convention Commission.
Hey Mason, let's make a move. Make a move.
They have been a fantastic host to the FLW many times. I know that you've come here quite a few times on the tour. A lot of Costa events have been held out of here.
Yeah, it's a beautiful lake to go and visit. It keeps because the lake is a flood lake, there's not many houses you can't put a house but a certain distance on the lake. As you can see from the drone, that it is a natured lake. You know, it's not built up with houses because it's a flood lake. Beautiful lake. If you want to get away from, you know, the city life, if you want to get away from buildings and just, you know, man's creation, then this lake is one of the beautiful lakes that we go to. Just beautiful scenery everywhere you turn your head, and it keeps it in the nature form.
And there we go. Still a lot of our anglers struggling just to put a limit together.
Yeah.
But the good news is for them, if they get into a flurry, they have a lot of room to move up. And with that, we are going to go into another short break, but we'll be right back with our last segment of FLW Live coverage on Lake Cumberland for the 2019 Costa FLW Series Championship. Stick around.
I've been around fishing for 30 years, most of my adult life. So to be out here with these guys and seeing the new techniques they use and the new things they do, it's a privilege. It's a great opportunity for guys like me that never really got to get to this level, you know, that fish local or whatever. Because we look at it, you know, people that really love the sport look at it just like somebody'd look at a football game or whatever. This is a great program for people who want to come out and see these guys perform. These guys fish at a high level, and it's really nice to come out here and watch them.
Net. Thank you. Another 3. Freaking called that one. I have not fished this week. I literally saw it when I pulled up there and it had all the right stuff on it. That's 3 all day long, baby. Making money. I didn't even know this existed. I literally just looked over and was like, huh, I should probably fish that. It's got shade on it and it looks like isolated bluff rock with a little shale all around it. Wham! Freaking 3-pounder. That gives me 3 for about 10. 1 more, 2 more. I need 2 more. There should be another one on this too. This should be a 2-fish deal right here. That was right where he needed to be. Right where he needed to be. Net. Ah! You little sucker. He swam towards me the whole way. Ah! He's a little cute fella. He ain't gonna go 15 though. I knew there should be another one there. There should be another big one right here between here and the end of that. It's gonna get good right here. I probably need to crank this whole thing again.
Take your fishing to the next level with an FLW membership. You'll be eligible to fish FLW tournaments. Get issues of FLW Bass Fishing Magazine. Receive an FLW hat. 10% off FLW merchandise, and you'll be included in exclusive members-only giveaways. Plus, members gain access to the world's greatest deals, where you'll save big with discounts on travel, shopping, dining, and more. Join today at flwfishing.com/membership.
Welcome back, everyone, to the live coverage of the 2019 Costa FLW Series Championship. Here is our Mercury moment of the tournament. If you guys have been watching, this should be no surprise. But sitting with 0 fish, he hooked up with number 2. Sorry, this was number 2, Matt Pangrack. After he'd caught that huge smallmouth on a crankbait, he goes around the corner, picks up the spinning rod, and then hooks up with this feisty smallie. Yeah, we had a drone up in the air to capture that, and then a fantastic camera angle on the water. And there that is. Look how high this fish jumps. It did everything it could possibly do to get off.
Big smallie, big smallie, big smallie. No, no, no! No, no, no! Okay, I got through 2.
Is that actual drone
Get him in the
footage on
net,
that
please.
one?
Get him in. No, no, no. You got him. Yes.
This is our actual camera.
Oh, the smallies came back.
And with
The
that
smallies
fish,
came back.
he jumped for 2 fish up to 8 pounds, 4 ounces unofficially, earning himself the Mercury moment of the tournament and keeping himself in contention to possibly win this thing. And I'm just getting an update that he was not done with 2 fish. During the break, he hooked up again, and we're going to take a look at that right now on our Ranger replay.
I haven't heard him say big yet, but any fish right now is a big one. Just getting number 3 in the boat.
This is a big deal.
Wow.
And that looks like a big smallmouth.
Oh my God.
Thank you.
And back to that crankbait.
Another 3. Freaking called that one. I have not fished this week. I literally saw it when I pulled up there and it had all the right stuff on it. That's 3 all day long, baby. Making money.
Dudley, running the numbers, we talked about he needed to fill out with 3s.
Yep.
Which is very doable.
Absolutely.
And he needed 3 more 3+ pound fish.
Yep.
And there is number 1 of
Yep.
those 3. And on new water.
Yeah. And we talked about making adjustments, being versatile.
Jacket on real quick.
See, look at that. That is energy right there. That's like,
It's going right there.
he's a young angler. That's what it takes. You got that energy, that pep. He's running down the boat like, let's go, let's go. I'm still that way in a little bit myself, but I don't fly around the boat as quick as he does anymore.
Is that by choice, or is that just the older edition Dudley?
You about to get a knuckle sandwich on that comment.
Oh, the first one? Yeah.
Man, that looks like the desert in a way. Looks like he's fishing out in the desert. Ah, he's cutting it short, going a third of the way back. Look at that. That's energy right there, Bubba. Boy, I'd love to see him just load up right now. Just reward him just for that energy burst right there. He's definitely drinking some energy drinks. There's a good pan. Wow, his choice was, looks like a point that splits a pocket right there. See how he's got the black rock? Huh, interesting choice. Wind blowing straight in on it. Don't know how long it's been there. Ooh, dude, I almost got a heart throb right there when he lifted up on that pole. Looks like he's got two points coming up. Got a little bit of table rock happening, but a lot of that is just plain runoff from over the years of erosion down low.
Last cast here.
Wow, gave it 4. Oh, darn.
We're going to go back and fish.
Did you?
We're going to run back and fish that we just fished. There's more fish on that stretch. Count, I need 2 more.
Yes, you do. You get 2 more.
I got 3 big ones.
Every fish that you move towards that live well is a big deal.
Literally going back around this corner.
But it really seems, as I've watched anglers over the last few years on live, it seems like the difference between 2 and 3 fish is a huge momentum and a huge milestone while you're filling out that limit.
Yeah, one fish is good. 2 fish, yeah, that's, you're doing okay. But once you get into that 3 fish, 4 and 5, that's when, you don't need a jacket on. Your blood and your adrenaline is going to keep you warm throughout the day, just knowing that you're headed towards the right goal. Now look at that big rock vein right there where that log's at. Dude, if he don't, I'm calling the shot. Did he just throw right there?
He did.
He's got a lay down log next to a rock
that log
vein.
decent, you need to throw back behind us, dead even with the boat out here. Like right out where we're sitting.
Right there?
Yeah, you just need to make sure you drag to the end of that log.
All right. Saw some on it?
Yeah, quite a few of them on it. I just don't know what they are.
Hey,
Well, it wouldn't surprise me if they're not a school of spotted bass, because there's a bunch of them right there.
Man, he got hung up on that. Look at that. You cannot get any more textbook than that. See that little patch of rocks with a lay-down tree? He's blowing that off better than I would. He kept his calm. If I would have got hung up on that cast, I would have been.
Welcome back, guys.
Daggone.
Hadn't really upgraded at all since I talked to you last. But that's going to change. I mean, it's a grind today. The lake's been beat on a little bit. Nearly 200 boats were in this tournament. Not to mention the local pressure and that kind of stuff. So, I mean, the lake is getting a little pressure, and not to mention the you know, we had a massive cold front come in 2 days ago. So, you know, fish are kind of lethargic right now. I've had a few bites that have just kind of picked it up by the trailer, just you know, just barely tapping on it. And the one thing about it though is you know, you just got to keep your head down and just keep flipping, because at any point you're going to run across one of those active fish. And right now we're fishing, this is a really long stretch that we're fishing here, but I don't have like one particular little place on this stretch that I've done better than the other parts. So just, you have to just kind of fish it all, because it's the only way you catch one or two or three or whatever it is. So right now we're just trying to work through not actually getting any bites and try to land a big one. Mason and I mean, I really hope Mason gets him some fish. He's had a couple bites today. But they're just biting funky today. I mean, I think the weather might actually be getting to them, or I've just caught too many of them. I don't know. But I need to cull one bad. I got one 15-incher in there. I feel like if I cull that one and put another 3-pounder in the box, I'm going to be really hard to beat, unless Rob just absolutely destroyed them today on a wiggle wart. So, only time will tell, though. We all have to be in at the same time, and that's 3:30. I think weigh-in starts at 4 o'clock, so if you're in the Somerset area, make sure you come out and see some nice smallmouth, largemouth spotted bass. And yeah, it's, you know, like I said before, Cumberland is a phenomenal fishery. It's got a ton of fish in it, so if you live in this area, you need to, or even if you don't, you need to come visit Cumberland, because it's got it's a healthy as smallmouth fishery as Cherokee was, and that place was absolutely loaded with them. Shallower there. That one bluff would be good. That one bluff would be number 4. Just made I've been fishing at the mouth here, and there's been someone on it all tournament, and I never came over here. And I went down that bank, and something in my head just said that was the right. And I came over, and it looked right. It had shade on it. It's got wind piping in on it. There's a net. Net. Oh, nope, he's on. I think he's little. I can't tell. We'll net him. He might keep. Ooh, he'll be close. I don't think he'll go. I don't know. He's long and lean. And I came back a second time because I figured there had to be more than one fish on it. And there was. I'm
just got positive vibes for 15 inches all over this guy. We're getting the front hook, that's a good sign. I don't think he's gonna go, but my co-angler had one that was really small and it went. Please be number 4. Easy. Whew, that's 2 judgment calls. That's a 15 1/4 incher right there. There's number 4. I just need one more.
Technically,
one more and I can
he doesn't know it. He needs 2 more. 2 more big ones is what you need.
I don't even know what I was saying.
Or a 5-pounder.
Or a 5-pounder. There you go. He can get by with a little one.
And I came over and caught a 3 1/4, 3 1/2 first thing, caught a short, and then was gonna leave and said I just caught 2 on it. So I came back down it and caught number 4. So in order to do good in tournaments like this, you have to make judgment calls. Whether they're right or they're wrong, you have to do it 100%. And I made a judgment call, and 2 of them in a row worked out. So, I mean, 80% of the time you sit there and you're like, why did I fish that? I've got 5 other stretches, but it just felt right. It still feels right. I might go down it again. There's a mud line there. And I ain't seen a mud line like that before. Haven't seen a mud line like that. My mom's an English teacher. She'll murder me for that one. It's 12 years in Oklahoma. I need one more big one. One more big one. I got a 4 1/2, a 3 1/2, a 3, and a 15 incher. Those weigh about 140, 150. I might make another pass down that. God, I thought he was big when he hit. They knock slack in it, and then they run to the side. So I'm throwing a 7 to 1 and burning it, and you can't even catch up with them then. But I like that mix. That mix serves as a perfect ambush point for him. And there's, I mean, I've made 2 passes. I need to just stop talking to fish.
That was a funny statement right there. He was giving us some great stuff, and then within his own talking, he's like, just shut up and fish. That's awesome. A lot of time, we as anglers get caught up in trying to get too specific and overthink things, and sometimes we just need to tell our mind to shut up and just start casting.
I got 4 brown ones today, of course. All right, last cast, and we're gonna roll up and do it one more time. Front treble hook means they like it. Actually, we're gonna go hit that bank right there. Give this one at least 5
Not much change in that bank looking at it right now. You know, there could be a ledge out off deeper, but what I'm looking at right now is not much change in the fact that he's really got to study those rocks to find the change.
I thought I heard a drone.
Yeah, you can't see that 5-pounder 10 foot in front of you? Get him. Get him.
Oh, it's bringing you a sandwich.
Yeah, that'd be pretty awesome right now.
All right, guys, check out that. Look right where he's at. See the vein? See that vein coming down in the rocks? That's what you hear them talk about, fishing rock veins. They like to set up in that. Almost dead even. See that little black line that's going in those rocks right there? and see his pitch. Golly, that's so awesome watching this from the drone shot. Like, you could see the splash, and you could see the rock vein. You could see the rocks coming out. Oh, my gosh, that is so cool, man. All right, let's see where he pitches it at this time. Look for the splash of his lure. Right? Bloosh. Oh, that's so cool, man. He is definitely fishing the drop, you know, that the edge of that drop right there. He's not going straight to the bank. His pitches are, look at this. Hey, look. I know he might not be able to see it, but look at that dark pocket right there. Watch this next flip. Look at that black pocket up there, far ahead. See that black right up ahead? You know, if he's got his polarized on, which I know he does, let's see if the splash lands there. Here it comes. Ready? Boom. Oh, he missed it. He landed actually 1.5 feet to the right of that. Yeah. You know, I'm sure he's going to go back and look at himself and listen to Dudley talking him through his cast. Come on, Andrew. Right? You missed it, dude. You got a black hole sitting right there. You should have pitched it right in there. You got to look at this vein coming up there. See that dark vein? We're going to watch. Watch. All right, here he comes. Let's see if he pitches to that vein. I'm sitting here critiquing the leader. The leader. Oh, to the left. A little bit more to the right. That gives you proof of how inaccurate we are basically in all our casting. That is so cool, man. Y'all might not be getting excited, but in the studio, that drone view right there is money. And you're getting to see the whole story from a bird's eye view, right, guys? The whole story unfold before your eyes. Old Jeffrey pretty good with that drone, ain't he? He's the guy flying that drone. You got Jeff McMichaels. I got to give a shout out to him. He is the #1 drone flight or a drone pilot in the bass fishing world. Oh my gosh, look at this. All right, guys, if he can't see that, next time I see Andrew, I'm gonna smack him. It should go right, bam! That should be money right there, money. Hey, I vote for this. You guys comment below. How many of y'all would like to see an investment in extra batteries for drone that we can watch people fish strictly through drone, not limited to 20 minutes of flight time? We need 8 hours of drone time from up above so we can look at this. We're going to start a new live FLW Live, strictly drone live coverage. That is awesome. Dude, how many, y'all comment below, should we invest in more batteries with this drone shot? Or we should do a fundraiser, GoFundMe page for more drone batteries that we can watch this footage, and you can donate it to FLW or Digital P Media. Check them out, Digital P Media. Send all the extra drone batteries to Digital P Media, who does this awesome coverage. It's almost like I want to have a wiretap in Jeff's mind right now and go, Jeff, get that thing up higher, man. Get it up higher. There you go, Jeff. There you go. All right, where's his next cast going to be, guys? Where's the next cast going to be?
A lot of people excited about your drone idea, Dudley, but why stop there? Glock Cozart says we want underwater footage with divers. Okay, why are we just telling half the story above the surface here?
Yeah, we could maybe do that, but I think that would disturb the outcome of the tournament.
David, you wouldn't mind a diver following every cast, would you?
I got an idea. They got underwater drones now, so when they hook up Jeff McMichael just tosses it in the water and just follows it around everywhere in the water, jumping. And when it comes out, Jeff needs to jump it out of the water just with him. So we're going to test Jeff and his skill to see how good he is with the underwater. So 2021 is up ahead, and we're going to have the best footage thanks to you guys donating extra batteries and buying stuff for Digital P Media to expand their drone live coverage. Appreciate you guys.
I vote Dudley as the new producer moving forward of the FLW live show to bring it for what surely will be its last year.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. All right, look at this lay down tree up there. Who's putting dibs? Comment. He's 3 casts away from that tree. Who's putting dibs on it? Come on, comment. Comment. We see it coming up. There's actually a 3.5 pounder to the left of that log right there. Yep. So we got some commenting in. Yeah, Chad, I just see a comment. Chad didn't even know they had underwater drones. They sure do. There are some people that were using them to sight fish for smallmouth this year on windy banks. They actually were driving drones around finding smallmouth up underneath the water.
You dyeing your tails or anything?
Mm-mm.
All right.
Nope, straight out of the package.
Here we go. Yep, here we go. Here comes the laydown. I see you guys making comments. We're getting ready to catch a live drone footage right about now. Here we go, guys. Oh, he went to the crack. He didn't even go to the log.
That's a good idea.
All right.
It doesn't feel like they're biting like a worm at all.
All right, he went for the crack. Now he's going, all right, is he going to the left of the log or to the right of the log? I'm saying he's going to the left. Oh, he went way to the left. He didn't even hit the end of the laydown tree. I'm going to smack you, Andrew. Dadgummit. But maybe he doesn't think they're on wood. And, I mean, here I am sitting in the studio trying to analyze the guy who's in the lead. But I would at least give it a cast, Andrew. Golly.
Sure don't seem like they are right now. It's been a little bit of a lull.
Yeah.
Good thing is no one has a late flight.
Yeah, right? We're all doing it at the
6
same
o'clock
time.
flight would hurt.
Well, the big question once these anglers started fishing today was if they were going to be able to adjust to the shortened day due to that fog delay first thing in the morning. And it was tough conditions for the majority of the field, but a few selected anglers got right on pace, and none more than Rob Burns. This was like 2 minutes into his first spot. He caught a short, and then he hooked up with that very healthy smallmouth. And that was in some calm conditions in the shade, but then he jumped to the other side of the lake right there where the wind was going and hooked up again. And as Rob actually quickly and efficiently filled out his limit, the other good thing he has going is that he knows this crankbait is still working. So he's just got to cover water, connect with as many fish as he can with the little time that's left, and he will be able to keep chipping away at that deficit he has behind this man right here. Andrew Upshaw has had a great 2019 season, and he could end it in the best way he could possibly end it with a win here, being crowned the champion for the 2019 Costa FLW Series Championship. And he's been hard to beat. I mean, he has been dialed into a bite. 14 pounds, 15 ounces day one, followed up with 15-1 day two, and is working on 15 again today. But how about this for fish number one of the day for Matt Pangrack?
Yes! Oh my gosh.
A monster behemoth smallmouth bass.
That's a 4.5.
on the crankbait, and then moments later, on the spinning rod, another huge smallie.
Big smallie, big smallie, big smallie.
And this fish put him at 8 pounds for 2 fish. We did the numbers and we said if he's going to catch up to Andrew, he needs a 3-pound average for his next 3 fish.
Yep.
If he's going to give us any kind of shot, and the quality fish he's been catching, that was within his grasp. And there's fish number 3 for him.
And he also, just like Rob, has got the crankbait bite going. We saw him catch the 1 on the drop shot, but 3 of his 4 that he has right now has been on the wiggle wart here this afternoon.
And he's another guy that knows if he's catching him on that crankbait, he's going one way.
Yep.
These are quality fish. He's going to catch some smaller ones, but the upside of throwing this crankbait is very large. He could be knocking on the door of, a high teen limit. He said he's had the fish on to put up a 20-pound bag both day 1 and day 2. He's just lost them. That's kind of what comes with throwing the crankbait as well. But really, as we finish up our live coverage for the afternoon, it looks like Andrew Upshaw obviously did what he needs to do. Yeah. But there are 2 other anglers that are still very much in contention for a shot at the championship.
Yeah, and again, through watching live and watching the whole story, basically Matt and Rob and Andrew. Matt and Rob are catching literally the same fish. And what I mean by that, they're using 2 different lures, but they're fishing the same stretch of the lake. They're fishing the same style of rock. And it's just a matter of 2 different choices. Did you want to catch that same fish that he's flipping? He's flipping and catching that same fish that they're catching on a crankbait. It's not like they're in 2 different areas of the lake. One is here, one is there. They're kind of in the same general area. It's the exact same fish that all of them are catching, but the choice of 2 of the 3 of them have been the crankbait, and as of right now, the leader is prevailing with the slow pitching of a jig, just flipping, catching the same fish that they are. So it's going to be interesting to go. They got a lot more time to go, to expand on what they already have. It could be a dramatic weigh-in. And I know if I would live close to there's no doubt I would drive to that weigh-in just to see who prevailed in this last little bit, because right now we're about to end FLW Live, and we don't know the outcome from here on out. Actually, we're going to have a little bit of clue watching in here, but I know the general public won't know, so definitely checking out the weigh-in is going to be an exciting weigh-in to go and watch.
Well, that's going to finish for live with you and I here in the studio. These anglers have another hour and a half to fish out on the water, and then at 4 o'clock we're going to be going live back on FLWfishing.com, but giving it over to Chris Jones, and he's going to weigh in these 20 anglers, 10 boaters, 10 co-anglers, and figure out who's going to be the champion at Lake Cumberland. But first off, I want to thank you, David Dudley. I really appreciate you stopping by, and I know the entire internet has had a lot of fun getting your very good
crazy
insight and your different way of looking at things. But obviously, when you say it, it's pretty much fact. You could take it to the bank because your resume speaks for itself. And also, I want to congratulate you again on your 4th Angler of the Year title fishing the FLW Tour. No one else has won 4. You are paving the way with records for yourself, and it's been a pleasure to watch you do that. And we can only we can only just hope you can join us more in the studio.
Yeah, I do have a great time in here. I do enjoy teaching about fishing and helping other people learn. And like we mentioned earlier, definitely through my YouTube channel, David Dudley Outdoors, you can learn a lot more. So I enjoyed it, and hopefully we'll do it some more.
It's been a great week on live, watching these anglers battle it out for the 2019 Costa FLW Series Championship. Still an hour and a half remains, and there's a look at the unofficial leaderboard as we end this. Dudley, we talked about how many limits were going to be brought in. You predicted 5. I predicted 4. Oh, you having some say? I mean, that doesn't sound very confident, your reaction
I think I'm
there.
going to be visiting a gas station and buying you unsalted pistachios. I'm going to have to bite the bullet and do that. So.
Well, everyone at home, we thank you for tuning in. Make sure you come back at 4 p.m. and watch the crowning of a champion.